What is up with the squad? It's Cess, your favorite auntie with Uncle Tendencies in the building. We got the Baseline Brunch, the nighttime edition. What is going on, Commish? What's up?
Nueva York, si te quieres divertir, con encanto y con primor, solo tienes que vivir a donde un verano en New York, Nueva York, si te quieres divertir. Hey, 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 hey. I'm so hyped from the halftime show, you know? Shout out to Bad Bunny.
Okay, so you're a Bad Bunny fan.
I like Bad Bunny. Yeah, I do. It's a vibe, you know?
Okay, so I wasn't hip to Bad Bunny. But here's the thing. I enjoyed the halftime show. Like the
production,
the culture,
yeah,
everything that was going on, but it didn't feel like football. It didn't feel like halftime, and it wasn't like, yo, let's go get touchdowns afterwards.
Did you feel that way with Kendrick?
Probably.
Okay, maybe it's just a function of who you like.
Usually I turn the channel on halftime, right? So like Prince,
Michael Jackson,
Bruno Mars.
Yes, we know you like Bruno. Can we give another example besides Bruno? Beyonce?
No,
Kendrick?
because that's the dude who I like his energy on the performance. That's what it is.
Okay.
So some of the others, like Beyonce did her thing. No offense to the Beehive. It just wasn't for me. But I tuned in, right? So there are some that, I'm gonna make sure that you get my view on this one. Because I know that the views matter, and I know that my social media currency and everything, it all matters. So, for sure, Kendrick, I'm tuned in to the end. Beyonce, I'm tuned in to the end, right?
Yep.
There's that. But
here's what I will say.
Go ahead.
So I will take Bad Bunny over Katy Perry 10,000 times
Absolutely.
on Sunday.
Okay.
And I'm sure the tide's gonna turn. We're gonna start getting some down in the honky tonky with a great, it's coming, right? So I'm gonna take what I can when I enjoy it. I think for me, I think what I really appreciate about Bad Bunny, I think for the culture, la cultura. But you know what
I
mean? You put it on for what you have, and it's still monumental, right? The people that feel some type of way about.
To see Leguizamo, is how you say his name, right?
Mm-hmm.
See Ricky. Him on live. The actor's his name John Leguizamo.
I think so. Yeah.
So I seen him. He's live, and it's like this is a big deal for him.
It's a big fucking deal.
He's got tears. He's got tears in his eyes. You know what I'm saying? So I can relate. I can fucking relate. He's like, yo, I'm seeing something that looks like me on TV. Like I can see it. I can be it. So I get that piece of it, right?
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not saying this has to be your favorite. I'm not. That's not the point. And I don't think you're being disrespectful. I'm talking to the other people who somehow I remember people dancing to the Macarena, but now all of a sudden we can't have shit in Spanish. Like, come on now. Okay, stop it.
I'm glad that you said that. I was just having this conversation with myself on the way up. And
stop it.
My sister and tell her this. How serious are we about this? We're down on the Hispanic culture, right? We're down on it. It's out, right? You got ICE, you got all this stuff going on, right?
I'm not out on it.
No.
I'm just clarifying. This is
the narrative. This is the narrative that they want us to believe, right? Like
this is an American, even though Puerto Rico is part of America.
But here's the thing. 47 has signed a whole lot of stuff, right? He signed a whole lot of executive orders, right? If it was really that serious, wouldn't the first executive order would have been stop doing commercials in Spanish on TV? No, and it hasn't been. So stop playing with me. This is not what this shit is about. This is about something else. It's not about the Spanish culture. It's not about the Hispanics. This is about something way more sinister. So I want to make sure that we move away from that, right?
Exactly. That's I just think it's bullshit. And I just think I remember where everybody was shaking their bon with Ricky Martin. When y'all thought he was straight. and a sex
Oh man,
symbol.
dude,
Y'all wanted
we
it.
was Macarena. We was
Yeah, we were
Macarena.
Macarena in this bitch. However you say it. I remember. I'm old enough to remember when Gasolina not too long ago. Everybody would double that gasoline. Like, come on now.
Hold on, wait a minute. Do y'all remember Selena? But stop
yes.
playing with me, y'all.
Bitty
Stop
bitty bum
playing.
bum. Like, stop playing. Everybody loves to act like they don't know other they've never listened to another thing in another language. Matter of fact, quote unquote English is spoken in some of this like Young Thugger and shit. And I can promise you I know more of what Bad Bunny is saying than that. Don't play with me.
I hear you. Okay,
Y'all
here's the other
playing.
thing. But here's the other thing. I'm gonna do this because I'm old enough to do this. La 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 bamba. See, I remember
Exactly.
that, okay? I remember the la 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 bamba.
We all were listening.
Okay,
like, there's a whole Latin fusion of the 90s, 2000s. Like, what are we talking about? Like I said, Gasolina was not too long ago.
Let's talk about it. Okay,
don't play.
Y'all are probably like, where are y'all at on Baseline? So let me give some updates real quick.
Oh, yeah, we were here just hot.
Shout out to the ladies because they are willing to do this when it works across time zones. Brittany is had some weather stuff, so she's joining us a little bit later, maybe about 11:30. We're gonna talk hoops, but this is Baseline Brunch. It's not always gonna be just straight basketball. It's gonna be culture. It's gonna be what's on our minds. It's gonna be what's hot. It's gonna be just like it is Baseline. And if y'all looking at the plates like it's not, oh, brunch time, it's not brunch time. Don't act like you never had breakfast for dinner. Now, back to the conversation. Let's get back to the conversation. Y'all have to like and the share. They both right there. Como la flor.
Yeah, I just again, what's my word? What's one of my words?
Disingenuous. What's
exactly. Right. Like I don't have time for the bullshit in the narratives. Like, y'all not gonna tell me y'all over here doing the Taco Tuesday, but yeah, now you don't want to listen to shit in Spanish. Okay now.
Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, y'all love the Cinco de Mayo. I better not catch y'all if you're gonna be over here complaining.
Cinco de Mayo is my favorite holiday. Tacos, THC, and tequila, man. What's better than that? Cinco de Mayo. What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
I just find it lazy, and the narratives that keep getting
I'm not even gonna act like on Christmas I don't get up and get a good version of Feliz Navidad. Yeah, I gotta hear it one time. You understand? Feliz Navidad.
Like, get out of my face.
Let's get it.
Like, you got for 15 minutes. Was it even 15 minutes? Isn't the halftime like 12 minutes? Whatever. For 15 minutes, you can't sit there and just appreciate another person's culture. You got to understand every word they saying. But you know what that is? It's called literacy, cultural literacy. You know what I did? Everybody came out with think pieces, and then things that didn't make sense to me, I learned about it. Wow.
Commish, here's the thing. He had a visual. They had a visual for everything that was going on. You don't know what they said. Somebody getting married. You see it? It's love.
They're hanging out with their family. Love. Like, you know what I mean? Good time.
You see it, you can relate. You might not know
the revolution. Like, it's not hard. Y'all got to read a book. Shit. Like, I'm so over it.
Okay, 13 and change. It was 13 and change.
Okay, but that's my point.
If nothing else, it should have sparked your interest to go check out.
Correct. Curiosity to
open up your mind to go.
Yeah.
But I've always been in the culture though.
In English, they gave you. I learned actually because the history. Let me not get started. I learned more about Puerto Rico as a result of that than I had, quite frankly, in the books, because they like to give you a line in the books and just gloss over history. So through that, I learned about the power. I didn't realize like how drastic it is there. Like, open up a book and learn something. God damn. And then everybody complained how boring the Super Bowl was. If the Super Bowl, which was like damn near 3 hours, was boring, 15 minutes is fine. Like, shut up, everybody, shut up.
Man, the Super Bowl was boring, but
I was fine with
some other things.
I'm not a Patriots fan, so I was fine with it. I mean, I did other stuff too. But I was.
Listen, I had picked the Seahawks. I just wanted it to be a more entertaining game, right?
I just wanted Ravens man to get an interception or a sack. Shout out to him for playing on clearly a bum knee. The Patriots
was it a bum knee or a bum ankle?
Or bum ankle. Excuse me, ankle. whatever, lower extremity. And you know,
he gave him 70 out of 71 snaps. Let's go.
Correct. And then the other Gamecock, Ernest, had the most tackles in the game. So you know, my people showed out.
Yeah, I definitely can celebrate that. But for the commercials, for the people that were talking,
the commercials
for everything,
were a mess.
Just lame,
That's
bro.
a whole nother conversation, and we need to. Well, we're not getting into that today, but at some point as a society, we have to like have some standards. Like, I'm not gonna keep getting fed AI and betting like for the rest of my life. Like that can't be where we're going as a society. But we'll move on from that conversation. And I just remembered 98 degrees.
I wanted to say this. I just wanted to say this before we move on from that conversation is I think it's really important because you said you learned a lot about Puerto Rico. I just thought it was really important that I love that he called out all of the Latin countries. Now, if you couldn't, you could have heard, you heard him say Cuba, Antigua. Y'all heard all that. Y'all understood that, right? Because I did. Okay.
Well, he called out all of the Americas, like so North America and South America. So he called out everybody.
But he also called out like the Latin countries. And what I wanted to say about that is Americans tend to generalize the Hispanics into this one group, and it doesn't work like that. And so it's important for you to understand a Puerto Rican and what their culture is, and Cuban what their culture is, and Mexico and what their culture is, right? Because you have to understand all of these things.
Yes, I'm just elaborating that.
Yeah, go ahead.
All of that is the Americas. So like,
absolutely.
People are getting confused because North America, South America, therefore we're all America.
Absolutely.
But yes, to the point, specifically calling out the countries that people call shithole countries or flyover countries or horrible people. Like, there are people there,
and I
just like all of us.
I have Mexican friends who consider themselves Chicano, right? You don't, or Mexican. You don't call them Hispanic. Some of the stuff you just don't say. You gotta understand. You don't call a Cuban a Mexican. You don't call a Cuban a Puerto Rican. Like, be respectful of what their culture is, man, and be more sensitive to that. That was just what I wanted to say about that. Because I have Cuban friends, I have Mexican friends, I have Puerto Rican friends, and it's all different. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I think the reason why I really liked it is, and again, I'm not gonna. I believe we all stand on the shoulders of the giants before us. And I think it would be interesting, right? And I think they said there was a documentary. I'll check it out later. But of like him making his performance and like what was important to him, like the sugar cane and stuff. And that's why the thing that's interesting to me is, like, as a Black person, like, so much of that stuff like resonated. Like, I understood it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to speak Spanish that well to like understand. But the really cool thing is, I think, you know, if you were to ask him, I think because Kendrick did his performance, that gave him the space to kind of carve that up.
Absolutely.
Because Beyonce has done her performances, people seem to forget that that she was in a whole Black Panther outfit. You know what I mean? Like, so
no, she represented.
Exactly. So I think it's funny because it's like, you know, everybody's very like sensational, a prisoner of the moment. And I'm not here to tell anyone that Bad Bunny's performance wasn't the best performance of Super Bowls, although whatever. I'm like, if that's how you feel, I can get with that. But I do think, like, which actually does dovetail into everything we talk about on Baseline, like, we have to give credit to the people who have been here before. And I think it's just important. I think it's important. And what's so awesome about it is that, to me, you had 3 recent performances that were very much about liberation and calling out the marginalized communities as it relates to the United States of America. And I just think it was really important that therefore you had it, and even in another language, right? And so I think that's the thing. Like, this is the stuff that's not taught in history books, but like, people are telling the story through art, through music. And I love that aspect of it. So it doesn't have to be, you know, like I said, I enjoyed it because I like seeing another person take up what I think a lot of Black America has done when it comes to like propelling conversations, shining lights on things. That was an opportunity for him to do it too. And so for that, I just think continuing to progress kind of.
And I would start a conversation about the fact that there are Afro Latino, but never mind. I won't even because I'm tired of people not being able to understand that as well. That there is very much a Black and brown version.
But I did some of the dancers though, the dancers, and then when it was like what's her name, like when Cardi and them were on like the porch and stuff like that. I mean, I do wish it would have been a little bit more forward, but I also understand too, you know, it's kind of like whatever. But
I'm tired of people calling Camila a Mexican. Like Camila's not a Mexican. Like her mom told you that she's not.
She's like, also not Mexican because she doesn't even speak
she's not
Spanish.
Mexican, right?
Yeah,
right?
She's
so,
Brazilian.
I mean, there's just that whole thing, and I could go somewhere totally else with it,
but that's a whole diaspora conversation that doesn't
absolutely
again. And I think this is the beauty of like something like this, like it gets to shine a light on more than just. And maybe this is where you were going to, where he shouted out Venezuela, Paraguay, like all these places, right? And even in the Caribbean too, right? Haiti was called out, Jamaica, all that, the Antiguas. So there's a lot of beauty, I think, in that. And I hope
it was very inclusive. It was very inclusive. And even though people keep trying to make it. Even though people keep trying to make it this exclusive thing that he did just for his people,
because it's in Spanish,
very inclusive.
It's
now,
very,
like I said, I thought it. Now, how I would have improved it or what I would have done different is I felt like this is something that, to me, plays better in a Miami Super Bowl versus a Bay Area Super Bowl, and that's not to say that there is not a tremendous Latin, Hispanic, Brazilian culture in the Bay Area. I just felt like it had more of a Miami feel. I felt like I was in Miami, you know what I'm saying, when I was watching it, but there's that.
Yeah. I don't feel that way, but I see why you could feel that way. I don't feel that way only because I feel like a lot of like the New Orleans Super Bowl, like not all these Super Bowls have had ties to the city. And I hear you though. It would be nice if it was just like consistently that way, but then that also limits who can.
Now, I'm not saying, let me say this too. Because I heard people like, well, New Orleans, it should have been Lil Wayne and in.
Oh no. So
I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that there is a space for you to be able to include the rappers that have contributed. There's a way for it to be inclusive for everybody. But I just feel like the Bay Area, especially,
has enough to offer. Yeah, I feel you.
Has a great is just rich with culture and talent, and there are so many other cultures in the Bay that aren't ever really celebrated, right? Like you got Koreatown, you got Chinatown.
I was gonna say next year's gonna be K-pop. Then what?
You got you know what I'm saying, we have our we have a large Filipino population. We have you got African Americans, you got white people. It's everything there, and I just felt like if we could have did something a little bit more inclusive of what the Bay Area looks like, because I don't think people paint that picture the way that it could be painted when we do get to stage. So that would be my only thing. Go ahead.
I hear you. I think the challenge I also have with I hear you on that. The challenge I have is that the Super Bowl seems to not be moving around. It's I mean, we were just in the Bay Area not too long ago, right? Like it's the same cities who keep getting them now. And so,
I mean, I guess it's the hot cities. They like, we ain't going to the snow, man. We ain't.
Yeah, it's like indoor. You have to have an indoor facility, and then it's like even with that. Anyway, we could wax poetically about that forever. But I hear you. I just think there's an opportunity, I think, to showcase the places we are, and especially now that you see where are they going? Are they going? They're going somewhere. Australia next year or something like that to kick off the season. Like it's only
they go to London, they go to other places, they do that.
But my point is, it's only a matter of time, in my opinion, till it feels like the Super Bowl is in one of those locations, and then it would be like, oh well, let's highlight the local places. And it's like, well, then we missed out on our own opportunity. So I'm with you. I'd like to see just more inclusive of the cities in which that are hosting.
Well, somebody confirmed for me, is Jay-Z still the person that's in charge of the halftimes? Okay.
Yes. Rock Nation still
he even shouted out Canada. Like it was inclusive on purpose. It was very intentional. And Amber, yeah, I don't know why they think when Camila speaks Portuguese that she's speaking Spanish. I don't know why they think that. I'm so not clear.
I think people just aren't fully aware of Brazil, and especially because it sits in Latin America, or you know what I mean? Like I just don't think people know, because I've heard people say that a lot, and people seem to not realize that outside of the continent of Africa, Brazil has the highest African diaspora. Like Brazil is black, contrary to what the media tells you. You know what I mean? Like Brazil is black.
But not only that, I mean, people act like Brazil is in Mexico. I mean, that's how I think people think. Like, you know, it's not right next to Guadalajara. That's not how this works. Never mind. Sometimes you got to get a map out for people.
Yeah, he shouted out Canada because Canada is the Americas. That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. He shouted out everybody. It was very.
He shouted out everything. That's our hemisphere. Is America. Like that, the whole thing is America. So I think that was his point. And then I think there was a double meaning too, that there are Spanish speaking people in every one of these countries. So they're not like, I think someone asked him before, and just to close this out, like, you know, he's not doing the thing in English. And I'm paraphrasing, but he was like, yeah, don't worry, English isn't my first language, but neither is it the United States, which is also true. Like English was not the first language of people who inhabited this area. So I think it was just a good reminder to like challenge ourselves with our ways of thinking, and to just see more of the humanity across the world. So I liked it.
All right. What's up, Jackie Michelle, aka 85 Fly? What's up? So yeah, I see that the mid-season winning award list is out. We're gonna put a pin in that. I don't think we're gonna discuss that. We'll put a pin in that and talk that maybe this weekend.
I think we're gonna talk it later.
Are we ready to talk it? I mean, I'm prepared to talk. Oh, and maybe when Brittany's up.
Yeah,
got it. Okay.
I have one more. This isn't.
Let's go.
Just because we're on the topic of doing better as a society. I'm just gonna jump in it.
Let's go.
I've been very bothered with how the details of the incident with that man, who should still be in jail, by the way, transpired over this weekend. I think it's very frustrating that to see so many people who were quick to ask questions.
And we're talking about the Rickea Jackson situation. Let's go.
Yeah, but I was trying not to call it that because it's not the recruit. Like that's the James Pierce situation. You know what I mean? Like
we don't even want to. We don't.
Like I don't even
want to say his name,
and I don't also want to say his name. So like
So
but
Rickea's ex. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, situation. Yeah, I don't even have the right verbiage for it because it's like I don't, But anyway, y'all get where we're going. To see people so quick to speaking about humanity, to say, I bet she did this, I bet she set him up, is just so disheartening. I like, as a woman, as a Black woman, and I understand like social media is not real, but there are people behind who are saying this, whether they're bots or people, like someone is feeding someone to say this, right? And I just think it's really disheartening that that was so much of the conversation. And then on top of that, right, like at the end of the day, so many people, and again, not saying people in this space, I'm just saying people, were we're saying, you know, this sucks as a Falcons fan. And it's like, where's your humanity? Like, we're hearing all these details about that man. And I get it. I'm not asking like Ricky or her camp to come out and give us a play-by-play and which hospital or where she got checked. But like, someone has been put in a very dangerous situation. And I think, yeah, it's just unfortunate because like domestic violence in of itself has a lot of different, like, not even connotations, but how it's believed or accepted or whatever. And so again, in the context of like trying to get us to a better place as a society and holding ourselves to higher standards, like, you know, Auntie and I always talk about like where the communal conversations, part of the reason why we chat here, but also like, you know, if you got, even, they don't even have to be that young, just like people around you in your family, like you guys should be talking about, like, this shouldn't be a taboo conversation, right? Like, you know, how do you have this conversation? Yeah, exactly, Amber. Like, they're still calling him his girlfriend. That's not his girlfriend. If I break up with you, I'm not your girlfriend. Like, that is so problematic. I think the abuse of women exactly is just swept under the rug. And then don't let it be a Black woman on top of that. We've seen a lot of statistics on domestic violence when it comes to Black women and how that's handled. So I just encourage everybody to like have conversations. It doesn't matter how young people are around you, nieces, nephews, whatever, about kind of appropriate behavior and how to handle yourself. And, you know,
Keeping your
whether
hands
it's,
to yourself and using your
yeah,
words.
you know what I mean?
And it ain't. I want to make this clear too.
It's not just the Falcons fan base. I want to be clear about that too. So,
and I want to say this too.
Yeah,
I'm a real proponent of this. I'm not a men don't hit women. I'm not that. Okay, I want to be really, really clear. I am of the belief everybody keep their hands to themselves. I don't slap box. I don't play fight. I don't none of that because somebody gets mad. Male, female, none. If everybody keep their hands, feet, everything to themselves, unless somebody asks you to, then it all work out. Because there are situations where women can be the aggressor, and there are situations where men can be the aggressor. We're not gonna get into that right now. But if everybody keep their hands to themselves, it all work out. I'm sorry, Commish, go ahead.
No, you're right. But also let's be inclusive, right? Like everybody's relationship isn't a heterosexual relationship. So like Absolutely. If we only have the conversation, right, that way, then you're missing out on a whole subset of individuals. So I think either way, it's just disheartening. I think this is a key opportunity to like have that conversation. Again, it's uncomfortable, but I just think there's so many people in our life who are silently suffering or don't really know what to do, or it will never happen to me. Like, you just don't know. And then to add on top of that, the other part that's really disheartening is while people may mean well, or maybe they don't realize what they're saying, but they're like, oh, she's too pretty for that to happen. And it's like, okay, but with that statement,
so the ugly girls get beat up?
Yeah, you're implying
the ugly girls get beat up.
You're implying that like if you're not attractive enough, you're like, you should, you know what I mean? It's just like there's so many layers to it. So that's why I'm just like really encouraging, like, we should be having more conversations as a community around that, and specifically how to handle your emotions, how to deal with rejection. Like, why is that even a conversation? But clearly it needs to be had. Like, you know, we need to talk about enablement and coddling of people, y'all. Like, this is the stuff, like, this is coddling, like, right? And this is how we got to this point. Unfortunately, I just think there's so much there. And then there's, of course, the laws that are in place, right? Like, how can someone who makes millions of dollars post basically, what was his bail, 20,000, and then you pay 10%. So he put up 2,000. Like, that's chump change. He clearly spent that on the flight from the NFL honors to go to Miami to stalk her. And I'm not even going to use the word allegedly because I just think that's bullshit. So I just think there's more humanity that needs to be here. I wish more of these podcasts started with prayers for Rakia instead of, I hope the situation's not true, right? Like, whatever. But like, let's start with, you know, the prayer for the individual. And I don't even want to call her a victim. She is, but like, you know, that word carries weight too. So unfortunately, we don't have the verbiage, I think, as a society well enough yet. But that's a lot of random thoughts, but they're random because it's not, it's not talked about. It's not clean, but they're important conversations that need to happen. And I think for me personally, I don't know if Rakia is going to come back to Unrivaled, but at this point, I'm going to assume she's not. And I'm purposely not going to call out her name. I think she deserves privacy. I know she's probably dealing with a lot, like her mental, her physical, because we have no clue. If I hear somebody rammed into someone's car with a Lambo truck multiple times, there's no way you walked out of that, unscathed, either physically or mentally. So
I mean, just mentally, emotionally, because I think what I read was that he tried to enter the car at the intersection at first. Like, wait a minute, you just gonna get in? Oh,
yeah.
Wait. So
all in the middle of the day.
Lot of layers.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers. So I'm praying for her. I'm praying for all the people close to her. I'm praying for her sense of security, because again, that man should be in jail. Unfortunately,
she basically got terrorized on her job. Like, she was away at work.
The man is out on bail. He's walking the streets like that. I don't even think it's been 48 hours. Like, does she have security? You know what I mean? Like, you have to completely change how you move in this world. Because I'm of the personal belief he intended to kill her. Like, there's nothing about that information that that speaks to anything other than that. Like, you don't ram your car into someone else's car in intersections and all this stuff and not have some switch that is flipped in your head. And I just, there's too many domestic violence situations that have ended in tragedy. So with that, I'm thankful that she's good. Well, physically good as much as she can be. And I pray for her. So, and I just think the media coverage on this has been shit, and it's very infuriating. So those are my big points.
And I saw somebody say in the chat, she doesn't owe us an explanation. And should nobody ask her about it. If she want to say something about it, if she decided she want to be
but she also
come out, that's on her.
Kind of can't, right? Like, we know how this legal system works, right? She comes out, anything she says now gets used in discovery and gets used by his legal team to try to paint her some type of way. They're going to dig into her past. She's going to go through hell trying to, like, even just do a prelim trial. Like, there's just so many layers to it. And I'm not saying, like, she's not strong enough to do that, but, like, it's a lot. And even the security physical standpoint, you don't want to say too much because the man clearly has a stalking charge against her. Like, that didn't just show up out of nowhere. Like, he was trying to, like, he clearly exhibited stalking behavior. And so she also has to move different, which is unfortunate for her, just peace of mind and security. So I think, just, it's unfortunate, but I'm praying for her. And hopefully, this can spark more of a conversation and hopefully get more of our legal system changed, because it's ridiculous that man is out walking the streets. So, and the NFL. Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing. The NFL and the NBA, I also am very infuriated with them. While it is jokes, some of the fights that did happen on the NBA court, but one of which was what's his name? Miles. The one who we saw on the security footage beat the child of his mom, and he's still walking around the NBA. So, like, this isn't just an NFL thing. This is a societal issue. And unfortunately, in sports, or when people are famous and they have money and they have means, like, we as a society just accept it. And I just think there's more opportunity for us to be more intentional about that stuff. So, and hold people accountable. That's me. Anything else you have, Auntie, on that?
No, just going through the comments here, seeing people trying to blame her for causing him to act this way. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the last time somebody did something to me that made me crash my car into them. You can't tell me stuff that don't make sense. You can't tell me stuff that don't make sense. And there's no room. There's no room in this situation for blame with that young lady. Just let the thing play out. But prayers up for Rakia, for her mental, her emotional, her physical, and her and her family. That has to be terrorizing to just the people that love her and everything. So this has to this is something that take the time that you need, and basketball should be just the last thing on your mind right now. Take care of you. Just sending love and hugs and prayers. Seriously.
Yep. That's what I got. We're gonna take a sharp left turn. But this is life. We gotta talk some of this. It wouldn't be us if we didn't, or at least I'd be remiss. As a Black woman, I can't. Where you want to go, Auntie? You want to stay with Unrivaled and just switch over to that?
Yeah.
All right.
We can talk Unrivaled. So I mean, we know that they had the trade. They had some updates to 1v1 bracket today.
Yep. As a result.
So we know that it's like bittersweet. So Letitia and me here is in 1v1 now.
Yay, we finally get an LA sighting. It's like Adele's blog when they see Mouse. Yay, Mouse sighting.
Yay. Now, every place that they could have put her in 1v1, they put her. It's immediate Gamecock crime. It's Letitia and me here versus Leah Boston because Alyssa Thomas is not in 1v1 anymore, and I'm disappointed because that was one of the matchups I was looking forward to. Does anybody know why AT is not in 1v1? Is AT injured or anything?
There just seemed to be a slew of people who dropped out. Ka dropped. It looked like who was Skylar supposed to go? Skylar and whoever she was supposed to go against dropped. So I think people just dropped. Maybe they're nursing little injuries here or there, or maybe they just said we need, to make. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I'm still here for Unrivaled as a concept, but they just be doing their own thing. And while you can do that, that's y'all's business. I just am like a very procedural person, and I like procedure. And I don't really care for how the development pool has been deployed. I don't really care for some of that stuff. So, it's their business. They get to run it how they see fit. But I just find that the clear hierarchy of how they're treating certain players, when to me, the whole premise of having Unrivaled is that it's for the players, by the players, very FUBU-y. It just feels inconsistent. I'm just going to call that out. But, so if you hear me throw a little bit of shade, that's why. I'm going to just call that.
So what I thought, I guess Letitia Amir came because was it 5 players that dropped out. So
to what, the 1v1 or the
4 1v1. So the first 4 they gave, it looked like buys to, right? So Skylar against Jordan Canada dropped, so it's gonna be Kelsey versus Natisha Heidemann, and then it looked like Kai Copper and then Rakia Jackson also both not playing, and I'm disappointed because again, Kai was one of the ones I wanted to see play, so I'm not sure what's going on there. I hope that she's healthy. So we get Sanaya Rivers versus Alicia Gray in the second round, but we have Letitia and me here jump in to fill in for Leah Boston, and I'm wrong because there's also Isaiah James gonna play against Jackie Young instead of, I don't remember who was J.O. supposed to play, y'all. I don't remember.
Slim maybe. Is Slim? I'm not looking at it. Is Slim still on there?
Sykes still on there. Oh wait, I know where to go. Look, I think I got it.
I think it's the old one I posted.
Copy of it. Oh.
/ all of us who filled out our brackets already. I don't remember who, but
Oh, they already updated where I was looking at. I don't remember exactly.
I'll grab it. Because it's still in the mansion.
Chelsea not playing either?
It's Chelsea. Oh no. I thought I saw Chelsea.
Emily is saying Chelsea. I'm asking. Now Chelsea's in there. Chelsea Gray's on. Chelsea's gonna play Natasha Cloud. It's Tip Hayes. Now I do seem like
that's it.
Correct.
It was Tip Hayes. There we go. Yeah, I was like, no, Chelsea's still in there. So anyway, yeah. Yeah, we don't know. They didn't tell us. Or some have come out, some haven't. So, it is what it is. They're not playing.
So listen, it makes I ain't gonna front. Skylar was one person I was looking forward to watching. Of course, Rakia was somebody I was looking forward to watching. Kyle was somebody I was looking forward to watching. AT was somebody I was looking forward to watching. So I'm gonna have to relook at the brackets and figure this out. I'm still here for Unrivaled. I'm still totally supporting. I can't wait to get feedback at the end of this season because I think that they overcorrected on some things and then they didn't correct some of the things that I felt like they should have focused on, like the refs. But there's that.
Well, they have a new item for me. The development pool needs to be reimagined, or either who's in it, how they use it, something.
I think we've been going back and forth about the development pool, and if the development pool actually worked the same last year and we just didn't know, and they happened to announce it this year, so we're paying more attention to it.
No.
Or if they tried to overcorrect the development pool and
it didn't work
get
that way.
Feedback on how they roll it out. So
it didn't work this way. It was very, hey, Nalissa's back from China. Nalissa, come through. Like it wasn't that. And then Benija, it wasn't consistent. It was who they could get, which I'm not. It is what it is. I think that the communication of the development. Hold on. The communication of the development pool is what I have an issue with. And then you add who I personally feel like should be in the development pool, even if it worked the way it's working this year. There are people who are better skilled for this format and quite frankly are better 3-on-3 players. Like you can tell, like Zaza doesn't surprise me. Zaza's a 3-on-3 player. You can tell like the way she plays the game, at least offensively, she can get to her spot. She can get it. She's fast. There are qualities that make a good 3-on-3 player. My challenge is it feels like it's a lot of who's besties with who, or who's cool with who, or who's tenured. And it's not always equal because there are more tenured people sitting in the development pool who we have yet to see. And there's been 3 or 4 people who have been deployed multiple times in the development pool. And I have a problem with it. They could have, and I think I said this last time, or maybe I just said it to you. There are people at this point, and I said this, I said, watch out. When we start watching AU, I'm telling you, there are going to be people who are currently in Unrivaled that you're going to look at and say, should have done AU. And I think I've already been proven right in 1 week. No?
I don't know that I would say that they should have did AU, but maybe they should have did what they were doing last year. Like Letitia and me here, I think missed out on that. Like her team was still playing, right? Was she overseas last year? Is that right? Did we talk about that?
She was in Australia, yes.
I thought that Australia did wonders for Sanaya Faye. Would AU have been better for Fago? I don't know. But
no. But I'm not saying. Sorry, let me be clear. I'm saying if you had the option between AU and Unrivaled, this is why it was said. Yeah, I didn't say everybody should be in AU. I just mean like if you were choosing between the two, to me that all the development pool players, assuming they're healthy, because I haven't seen HVL since like week 1. They all, in my opinion, would have been better served in AU. Look at Caitlin Chen. Look at Bree Hall. Look, like these are the same people that I would have argued could have been in the development pool for Unrivaled. That's my point.
Absolutely. And then I'm seeing people. I see General saying some probably just resting, and then lots of people wanted to break and go on vacation. No problem with that. And I don't know if that's something that you get to do when you play overseas or whatever. But here's my thing.
Oh, is that to overseas or the development? That's to overseas. Okay, got it.
I think I'm thinking that this is I think that we're talking right here about people who are in 1v1 that aren't in 1v1 anymore. Is that right?
Oh, I don't care about the 1v1. I care about the actual.
So here's the thing.
But I got you.
But here's my thing. Because I'm invested in the 1v1. I'm excited about the 1v1.
I didn't mean that way. I meant my comment that I made had nothing to do with one-on-one. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead, keep going.
So here's my thing. And I see Kappa saying the old heads didn't want to play the young heads. That's fine. Here's my thing. If that's where you're at,
then bring all the name in the damn hat. Yeah, bring all the
don't put your name. Don't be one of the people that they vote for. Let's find out who really want to get down in the 1v1 and then have them, and then let's really market that and get that done. But to have us thinking that these players was gonna play and then they ain't playing now and it's just like they ain't playing. Well, damn. I don't know. This is 2 years in a row. Last year it was a lot of injuries that took people out. This year y'all saying people just want to go on vacation. I don't know. Either way, if you really didn't want to do 1v1, you was referring to 1v1. Okay, that's what I thought, Spoiled Brat. Yeah, don't put your name in the hat. Go ahead.
I'm less about. I mean, I hear you. I'm less about that, but I understand what you're saying. Like, I just feel like the communication could be cleaner. That's just me. And I think that applies to the development pool is more my issue than anything. And it's funny because online, some people are like, oh, well, then you be the GM, not me, but like, and it's like, no, but I think we have a right as a consumer base to like have a problem with it because you actually advertise low key. You didn't really do it for real, but you advertise a group of 6 that turned into a group of 7. You know what I mean? Like if you're advertising these people to me, part of the reason why you're advertising is so I'm invested and I'm interested and I want to see them. So right. That's where the miss is for me. It just feels like there's the miss for me as a consumer, especially when I'm looking at the quality of some of the people on some of these teams. And I'm like, these are not people who can help you. Ironically, there was a trade that happened this week, but like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, you don't have somebody who can guard the big. You don't have versatility in the defensive spot. You don't have, fill in the blank. And you have people sitting in the development pool. When you do see some of them, the same three that we've seen when there's 7 people, like at some point one has to question like what's going on, and they're not like really being featured in a lot of stuff. It just feels like a miss. And if you were going to do that, to me, the development pool should have been more curated intentionally.
But I'm saying, and then y'all saying that they working out, they playing scrimmages. Do the camera people go home when they don't? Release the footage. At least let us see the footage. I mean,
release the wiggle.
What's happening?
Yeah, like we could be doing. Someone actually came up. I mean, I've been saying it, but I've seen a ton of people. Like people are like, they could be scrimmaging, and you could just give us that content on your YouTube channel. Like that's another content angle. That's where the disconnect feels for me. Where we hear a lot of stuff about this is for the players, by the players. We run a better league than the W, but I'm kind of looking at it and I'm like, this feels a little, but I don't know. Maybe the development pool people feel happy. I'm not inclined to believe that personally, but maybe.
And then I see y'all saying in the chat, it's just up to the coaches.
No, disagree. Hard disagree. That might be how it's happening, but that just the same way they drafted people. You don't get your pick of who you want you had a draft. The same way some teams got stuck with certain players. There was the last person chosen. The development pool should be rotational. At best, you get 2 options. It's LA's turn from a big standpoint, and it's Haley Vinless' turn. Which one do you want? Which one fits your team? Okay, great. If Haley got picked, Haley moves to the back of the line. The next time there's an option, it's LA and it's Zaza. Great. That's how you do it. You rotate through it. You don't just get to pick who you want out of the development pool. The hell? That's not how y'all did the draft. So
I agree.
I disagree. again, I just think it's the communication could be better to the public if you're gonna tell me that this is like the FUBU of players, right? Like that's fine. Injuries happen. There's reasons people drop off. That's why I said I don't have I mean, I think you could create a better deadline, but I don't have a problem with people dropping out on a one-on-one. I hear that. Like there's injuries, there's this, there's that. Like that doesn't, people are sick.
An injury is different than I want to go on vacation. You knew you wanted to go on vacation when you got to Miami. You planned the vacation. So just say, hey, respectfully, I decline.
Right. Look, that's what I said. I things happen. Look, I don't disagree with like that. I just think there could be better communication. If you,
but I think at the end of the day, what I'm talking about still is just it's just more transparency, which in the end is just clear communication around a lot of stuff in what's going on.
Yeah.
And I think these are things that they could have learned, they should have learned last year.
Right.
So,
and I again, what I don't know is what they told the girlies who are in the development pool. Again, I don't know. So I'm not going to get too heated about this. But I hope that they were clear in the communication to the girlies who made the decision to be here, because I do know LA's team, which she was a part of in Spain, did make it to the Euro League semifinals or something like that. And I remember because she even was reposting their stuff, and I was following her when she was there, so I was getting some of their stuff. Like she was still like a block leader for the Euro League for like weeks after she left. Like she was doing her thing. So much so that like the fan base of Girona or whatever, like they did like a really sweet thing for her. They like had signs for her last day. Like, you know, for someone who's trying to cement her place in the league, and especially given her versatility and jack of all trades nature, she needs playing time. She needs tape. We not seeing the tape. So unless you're telling me that the camera people are there, they're recording, and when coaches and scouts come, they get to go watch the practices or whatever. But we all know practice isn't performing in front of the lights. So again, there's still a disconnect. Like to get better at basketball, you have to play basketball. Like you can practice all you want. You can go against the practice players all you want, but these aren't deficient players. These aren't people who aren't in the league. You know what I mean? Like these aren't like your third rounder undrafted people playing like on the development pool. These are all first round picks. So like this isn't like a basketball without borders. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're not incapable basketball players. That's the part where I'm like, guys, they're still like, yes, they're getting practice, they're getting reps. These are all important. They're getting access to the facilities. But at the end of the day, one could presume part of the reason they're in development pool is because they could be on the bubble, or they could be expansion draft pickup. You know what I mean? Like, so then give them the opportunity to come in and scrimmage. While it's kind of working out for LA, which I think is bullshit. She has to go against AB. We gonna watch her for what, 5 minutes, and we're supposed to be able to deduce in those 5 minutes what she could do day in, day out on a game by game basis. Like that's where it falls short for me. So that's kind of how I feel. But I've been ringing this bell since the beginning of the season. I didn't think the development pool was making sense to me. And I hope that it was clearly communicated to the girlies, because they are the ones that are making trade-offs for their career. So yes, they're getting money. Yes, they're in Miami. But I would argue that there's certain players who are hanging on, who are kind of out of sight, out of mind. Emily Inksler. I mean, we're Gamecock fans, so LA's top of our mind. But for someone, I bet you whenever I see who's development pool, I never like see non-Gamecock fans say LA. You know what I mean? And so they could have been in EuroLeague. They could have been in AU. They could have been in Australia. Like they could be in China. They could be making different decisions. And so I just hope they were clear with expectations for the development pool, because those are the people who are in a more precarious situation with making decisions about, you know, what they need to do to showcase themselves. So that's actually where I get a lot of frustration on behalf of them, is like that like a Emily Inkster is like someone to me who had a great season 2 seasons ago, but then last season wasn't really like had a new coach. Kiki came in, was doing well. Like she wasn't in the rotation as consistently. And someone who I thought last season was going to have another breakout year kind of fell by the wayside. And then she's in the development pool and we don't see her. So like, what are we doing? I hope I'm wrong, but I'm just calling those out as issues I see.
Emily says she liked the scrimmages. Yeah, tell Emily that respond back and tell Emily, tell us to show us the scrimmages. Release the footage.
Release the wiggle.
Release the wiggle. Okay, listen. Okay, so let's stay at Unrivaled real quick. Let's stay at Unrivaled for a minute. So,
I mean, is Emily supposed to say she doesn't like the scrimmages? You know what I mean? Like, what
yeah,
she's supposed to say, hey, I hate this shit. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, whatever. But anyway, carry on. Go ahead. Stay on Unrivaled.
So of course, and I ain't even gonna say earlier, right from the beginning, Lunar Owl still dead last.
I told you. But they've had glimpses. I think
they're 2-8. What glimpses did they have?
Well, Marina went apeshit in Philly, and there was one other game they could have won, but she was too tired down the stretch and was shooting dumbass shots, threes. They could have. I forget who it was.
This is true. This is true. I forgot. This is true.
And to your point, Auntie, they are the ones I was like, they not in this trade.
I don't know how they missed the trade, bro. They was tripping.
How'd you guys miss the trade? Like, if
they must have missed the email or something.
Trade, it was you along with the Hive, right? So,
exactly.
That was confusing to me. And while, like, you know, people have their feelings about certain players on the Lunar Owls, I actually do think that there is a team or two who could use someone capable of shooting. The problem with the Owls is, the problem with the Owls is you can't have Rachel, not you can't. I think their challenge is they have both Rachel and Rebecca. Or Beck. And I think that's just really challenging when you look at the other rosters. Like they don't really have athleticism jumping out consistently. I think when Marina's on, yeah, Skylar's still working back from whatever she is, but she's serviceable and smart, high IQ. And then AE is great in the 3-on-3 format, but you can't win Unrivaled with only 3 quality players that you can rely on. You know what I mean? And so first, I didn't love the construction of the team. It would have been interesting to see if with Fee, would that have just worked out better? Because that would have given them more spacing. But I do think there's other teams who could use more shooters to space the floor for their other people, i.e. Cough, Laces. Given like an AT, a Jackie, a Slim who's a slasher. Slim has been shooting really well, actually, but still not like my knockdown shooter. I would, insert a Rachel onto the Laces or Beck Allen, again, to give you a different dimension and a different, 3-level, if you will. So I just think there's other teams who could use a Beck or a Rachel. We can talk about whether or not I would have certain people in 3-on-3 in general, but if they're in the pool, right, there's other teams that can utilize them a little bit better with everything else that they have. And so I'm surprised they weren't in the trade.
Got you. I think for me, Lunar Owls should have been in the trade. The wrong people made the trade, or they should have been in the trade as well. Okay, wait, I got one question. I need to clarify something. So AT is not playing, but that doesn't mean that AT's not in 1v1, but that doesn't mean that she's not continuing to play with the Laces. Is that correct?
That is correct.
She's not injured or anything. She's just out of 1v1. Okay, cool.
I have no clue. I didn't see
but we haven't heard anything announced like that, right? So as far as we know, she's still hooping. Okay, cool.
Correct. Just like Skylar.
Okay.
And just
so far, my teams are still hanging in here. My teams are still hanging in here. 1, 3, 4. I think they all still in the playoffs. Miss, Breeze, Rose, Laces. But the Laces and the Phantom have
see, I had the
clinched.
Phantom.
They clinched already. So I want to know how do you think the Laces and the Phantom end up in the final?
I'm a little concerned about the Laces.
Okay.
The Phantom feel like a final team to me, and then the Mist. Once Enrique, like if the challenge is Enrique isn't consistently giving you Enrique, but if Enrique is Enriqueing, if that makes sense, like what they did to the Rose, like that can have like the Mist are a good team, and so I think if I had to put money on it, I'd have Mist and Phantom right now, I think, in the finals.
Ooh, okay. I mean, I like it. The Miss my team. The Breeze with their young self. 5-5. I will see what the addition of Courtney does for their team. Holding it for the Rose 5-6.
I'm still what do you say? I'm so not clear on how you make a trade and you don't get anything back. It's not like this is cash considerations. Like what did you got? Why are we making a trade? What's happening? And I know some people think it's Angel. We gonna see.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Do you think it's Angel?
I don't know who it is. I just don't understand why you would make that trade. Okay. Asia Wilson, Asia Wilson better be walking through that. Somebody got to come. Okay. And the Rose needed it yesterday. They had a whole person would have been helpful. And I don't know why y'all think, you know what? Now I'm gonna be disrespectful. I'm gonna stop. I don't want to be disrespectful to certain players, so I'm trying not to go off about certain players.
Yeah, the streets are saying that they got Angel coming after the trade. So okay, let me ask you.
Sure.
Yeah. For the trade after 1-on-1 is what I meant.
No, I got you. No, I'm just saying, like, okay, cool. Like,
no, I need to make sure I say it right. So Angel coming back. Can Angel come back and the Rose repeat?
So I'm gonna ask a question I already know the answer to, but I'm gonna ask you. Was Angel present when they won? Like literally the championship game. Was Angel present?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Was Angel
I got present? CRS.
No. So don't worry, I'll correct you if need be, or the chat will. Was Angel present in the semifinals?
I don't remember. It seems like she played a game and then she was gone, but I don't remember what game it was.
It was it was the first game, and I think that's the one she got injured. Angel wasn't there when they closed it. And I'm not saying Angel wasn't important, because once Chelsea's their MVP, and quite frankly I do think Chelsea's, like, depending on how you think of MVP, but like Chelsea has a strong case to be MVP of this whole league, regardless of what the Rose do. Like regardless if the Rose win or don't win, like she is so critical to the Rose that like that actually is an MVP. But you know, we'll just set that aside for now. Even with Angel, I still don't think it solves all their problems. However, though, I think I said this before. I was okay with them not having Angel and Shakira. Now, the way Shakira is playing is the right. Earlier, I don't know what mess Shakira was on. She wasn't catching balls and finishing. Like that was crazy. I was like, you too athletic for that. Shakira's playing much better now. Right. Slim is actually who I think they missed the most. And I didn't think they were going to miss Slim that much. And you see what Slim is doing for the Laces. And I think Slim has actually been the best player for the Laces more recently. She's been their most consistent player. So it's interesting now to see that dynamic, because it's like, well, Ka's supposed to, but Ka didn't play until Philly, basically the game or two before Philly. If you're not consistently playing defense, you have a problem. They're down a person. It's just like, I'm not sure. I know Angel's been doing a world tour. She's been in Australia. She's been doing this. She been traveling with her them to Germany. I know she probably has been working out, so I don't think that's a question. But I do have a question of basketball, like true basketball runs and shape. I don't know what that looks like. So without knowing that, it's kind of like, okay, you're going to insert Angel immediately. Like, could she get up to speed in a game or two? Probably. But, and then Lexi's not performing as well as she was last season. And then let's not forget, part of the reason why the Rose, I think, won was also Naz Hillman. And who else came in as like a relief person during their tournament run? I think Naz was their big person. There's one other person I'm forgetting.
Did Heidemann play for them?
She played for everyone, and I can't remember if she was with them on the championship run or not. But she played for everybody at some point, so I just can't remember that.
All right.
But I'm just saying, there's like too many. The thing that I do think Angel, the rebounding definitely will help, and the defense will help. Those are two things I know Angel will give you. It's everything out, but like Angel, while people do think Angel can guard she can only guard so many people so well, but she still is a plus on the defensive end, which is, I think, part of the Rose's issue. Okay, they said it was T. So T was there during the run. Oh, that's right, because that was part of did they give her some of the money or not? Yeah, that's right. Okay, I forgot. T was there. So anyway, I don't know, but they got to fix their defense, and people got to be more reliable offensively. It can't just be reliant on Chelsea to make all the threes, and then nobody's rebounding. So I think that's actually where Angel will come in and help, or like she's a generational rebounder. So like, even if Chelsea's missing, she'll get the rebound, but someone still got to hit shots, like, so,
Somebody got to score. This is true.
And Z, who they just got rid of, she was hitting all the damn shots. It was Lexi, Z, and Chelsea for real in that championship run, with Naz being her switchability, her versatility, Slim, or Slim. It was like that group of four who really got them the championship. And without Slim's cutting, if COD can't do it at the level consistently, it's kind of a challenge. So I'm not fully off of them. I'm gonna have to see, but they're like teetering. I do think Vinyl, how do I say this nice? If Vinyl pushes the buttons they're supposed to push, I think Vinyl can sneak up in there.
Really? What do you think they need to do?
I think when Ray is not being Crash Bandicoot and is actually giving you good stuff, you gotta ride with Ray on a good day. I actually felt, now while I was cheering for the Phantom, so it was to my favor, but I think Ray should have been playing that game way more. I think Rivers, while she just got there, she was giving, again, versatility, athleticism. That's what wins you 3-on-3. Like, I think Rivers gave you good stuff. They didn't roll with them consistently, and so then Big Boston was able to come in and have a Boston Tea Party. Like, it just, I think they didn't roll with it. BG kind of felt like she got the be cool speech and like didn't tussle with AB too much. So but I just felt like some of the decisions that were made in the game were kind of problematic. I think you could kind of feel it slipping. It was like, we're going to step out of bounds. Oh, we're taking ill-advised threes. Like, you know what I mean? So the Vinyl just, they don't do it for me. So, but if they get it together and start figuring out their athletic sets, they can do it. But also, I didn't like the Vinyl last year, and they found themselves in the championship. So there's that.
Yeah, AB been dominating. She's also one of the ones I think I can make a case for MVP.
I've been saying AB was the MVP of the Phantom. And the thing that's funny is it's like they just figured it out, because you could tell last game, I was like, oh, I mean, with a caveat. But they went to AB early. I think AB had their first like 6 to 9 points, something in there. Like AB is like, that's who they should be playing through. The same way we've been arguing it about the Fever. She's one of the best passers, one of the best screeners. Like, that's literally 3-on-3. Like, what is hard about this?
And I see you saying the Fever need to use her as a one option. Well, there's that.
Yeah. You won't hear. I've been saying this since someone arrived, that they should run the ball. They should run sets through AB more consistently. And then you saw they got the furthest they did with someone sitting on the bench as a cheerleader, and with a bunch of quote unquote hospital players, even though none of them are bad. But it goes to show you play through the right person, basketball becomes a lot easier.
Oh, it sure can. No, we have not talked Wooden Award yet. Why are we sleeping on Nas and the Laces?
I'm not sleeping. Did I say I was sleeping on Nas and the Laces? No, I said.
Why did you take it like we were sleeping on Nas and the Laces?
No, the Laces were my team that I wanted to be better. I think the challenge I'm having is there's not a consistent shoot. I don't know whenever Jackie got injured or what, but like their most consistent shooter has been Slim throughout the whole season. Nas has looked good, but that's not Nas's game. Nas isn't going to sit there and just shoot a ton of threes. She can shoot them. She can hit them, but I would argue AB shooting threes at a higher clip than Nas. So like, that's not the same thing. Nas is a great off the bench, like your rotational piece. I think the challenge that I personally have is between Maddie Seagrass and JC. And it's not saying Maddie's bad. I don't know if she was in a boot for a little bit. I don't know if she's nursing some injury. Her shot hasn't been she had that one game where she was hitting everything, maybe 2 games. But other than that, she's been up and down. And then Jordan Canada is just kind of tough because it's like, who do you put her on the court with? Because Jackie can be a slasher. Jackie and Slim have a similar game. And then JC's not. Now you're going to get me into a JC. Okay. JC's not really like a knockdown shooter. So then you're not, again, that 3 level, if you will, of the court. Like, you don't get that uniquely with JC, to me. So then you have duplication of where people like to score, and it's not to your advantage, especially when you have an AT. AT isn't an AB. AT can move, distribute, pass, defend bigger than her, but the Laces are all kind of the same height. That's actually part of their problem. So I'm not, but Jackie's one of my faves, but Jackie hasn't been that great of recent games. I don't know if it's the injury or what, but she hasn't been that great. Slim's been the better consistent player.
Did you have any specific thoughts on Sanaya to the vinyl, Court to the breezy, to the high?
At first, I thought Sanaya to the vinyl was a duplication of Array, but then seeing it on the court, I think it works. Sanaya is super athletic. I think they got to figure out their rotations. That's really their issue. I personally think, and I think this is one of my challenges I have with Spoon as a coach, and I think this played out in Chicago too. I think one of her opportunity areas is to figure out, I think her rotations need work. She tends to ride certain players more than I think she needs to. And then therefore that ends up in an underutilization of others. And I think while I'm not on Stud Bud streams, but I did see the clip where Courtney and T were talking, and Courtney specifically said, I'll get more playing time. Like, That's weird to me that like, I mean, it's true. Like Courtney really wasn't getting that much playing time. And then we saw the same thing with AB last season. So I just think it's a weakness of Spoon, to be honest. I don't think she does the best with everybody available to her. I'm gonna just be honest. And so that is a challenge. And so if she can unlock that with Sanaya, then I think it will work. But even there's times I would argue she underutilizes BG. Now, is that a BG thing? Is that a Spoon thing? I don't know, but we've now seen it 2 seasons in a row where they had AB before, they now have BG, and there's times where it's like, why aren't you using them better? And I don't think Boston's developing her 3-game more, but I don't think, to me, Aaliyah Boston is not like an MIP candidate for real. She's an MIP candidate because y'all underutilized her. Auntie was saying last season she thought AB didn't want to play basketball anymore, and I kept being like, no, that's not it. Like that's not it. This is why I was arguing it, because I do think certain players do get dejected when they don't play, and when there's only 6 people playing in a 3-on-3 format, like you gotta work people's minutes a little bit more. So I will say that is a ding I have on Teaspoon. Just be honest. Thoughts, Auntie?
Teaspoon ain't for everybody. Teaspoon she ain't for everybody. I'll give you that. But maybe exactly what Sanaya Rivers needs right now at this time, with everything, where she's at in her career and everything. Boston. Just have
no. Go ahead. No.
Go ahead.
You might be responding to something I said. Go ahead. Keep going.
Oh, I was going to talk about Boston and her. I think being rejuvenated about basketball. Like, I don't think that I was necessarily wrong about last year, but I think she figured out a way to kind of fight through it, I guess.
Yeah,
and I don't know if it was the injuries and everything that happened in Indiana that gave her an opportunity to kind of get back to just being Aaliyah Boston. And I think that just has continued into unrivaled. I love the way that she's shown up and just has been dominating. I agree with you. She, not necessarily a most improved player, but something has to be said about the difference from last year to this year.
Yes, I agree with that. It's everything from my perspective, is everything I articulated. I think the underutilization of AB, and AB felt like a throwaway piece last season for the vinyl, like a very much an afterthought. That's how I felt when I was watching it. That's why I was frustrated with it last season.
Okay. And then also, if I'm being honest, she don't really need what Teaspoon offers, if that makes sense.
Oh. Yeah.
In the sense that I think that Teaspoon can offer some support and some encouragement and some wisdom and pour into players in ways that she's already kind of filled up in from other people in other situations.
So I would have agreed.
That may not be the best thing to go ahead.
I would have agreed with you before, but now between post moves and just hearing Aaliyah talk, I think one of the things that's working for her, and while KP, Lord knows, pisses me off with her lack of passing, it does seem like one of the things that AB really likes about KP is how KP is pouring into her. So I don't think it's a function of she didn't need it. Maybe I'm not even, maybe it's how Teaspoon did it, or I don't know. It just, I don't think Aaliyah doesn't need it, because I didn't realize how much she needed it, I guess, was one. And then 2, her talking specifically about how KP pours into her was also interesting to me. It made me realize, I was like, oh, I didn't think this was something not that you need someone like cussing you out, but like, I didn't realize how much you still need it. And then it made me think about the fact that since Aaliyah has been in the W, she never really had a vet for real. Like a vet specifically in the post. And I think her time with Candace and all that is starting to now round, and you're kind of seeing that on top of her skill development, her confidence, like it's all meshing at the same time. Because when she came to the league, yeah, I'm not going to go down. Anyway, the situation in Indiana wasn't really like, here's your vet, here's who you're learning from. And the vets were all trying to figure it out, cement their place, or most of them were guards, right? Some people had to be shipped out because of dynamics. So like, it really wasn't your typical situation.
I didn't have anything else for Unrivaled. Did you have anything for AU?
Just my shout outs would be the Gamecock girlies. Bree's killing it. Like, speaking of someone who went, she didn't go to Australia, but she went to New Zealand, and I think just like really was aggressive, really figured out how to play that wing position a little bit more. We could have really used that her senior year, but a thing is a thing. It's fine. Everything happens for a reason. Take your journey, Bree. But I think she's really like figured that out, and I love seeing that at AU. We're also seeing her ability. She was like guarding Anissa at times, which like she did at South Carolina at times. But like you're seeing her now kind of like build out her form. I think that's been great. Pow Pow, I think she's been up and down, but I think still good vibes. She's been running point, so I think that's also good opportunity learning for her. Zaya has been like one of the top points people, so I think she's doing a really good job. There's still some IQ things, I think everybody, but like that's what AU is for. So I hope she can learn from some of the vets there on her team. I think that will really serve her well coming back to the W. But I think she's doing what she needs to do. And then Coates, I haven't seen too much. I think she's just kind of at the back of some of these rotations, but when she has been in, I've liked it. I'm not sure it's really going to translate to a W, but you never know. There's still time. Caitlin Chen, girl, my bad. I thought you were a little fluky. It's turning out it's not that fluky. Caitlin Chen is a better basketball player than I thought. So good for her. She also did EuroLeague before AU.
Bag a little bit deeper than we thought.
Yeah. So I gotta eat that one. I was like, oh damn, okay, there's more there than I thought. And I think her time in EuroLeague also helped too. Because I saw her clips every so often. So those would be the big people I point out. Anissa looks good. I think she's transitioning to 3 really well. Who else? Those are the big ones. I think, again, the dynamics and who you play kind of like some people have good games, some people don't, or people have just been good consistently. So it's just fun to watch kind of the dynamics. Now, this week will be interesting because it pretty much looks like Caitlin chose all the people she likes. I don't know about that team. I think they're going to do the worst this week. I think Clark is a vet. She knows what it is. Her team looks good. And then I think maybe Rhythm with Anissa's team looks okay. It's between them and Gold Rush, I think, for second this week. So we'll see.
All right. I just checked in with Brittany. She'll be hopping on here soon.
Okay, but
so I know we got some stuff we're saving for her, but we can jump into some of the college stuff now if you want to.
Yeah, let's do. What do you want to do? UCLA, Michigan, real quick.
Yeah, that's cool. Let's do it.
So I think that game overlapped with some other game I was watching. So I only caught live like the last maybe 2 minutes. And I think what was interesting is that end of the game reminded me a lot of the end of the Vandy game for Michigan, where you have a final shot and it just doesn't look good. And either there's some rushing happening or legs are just tired, and it doesn't result in a good shot. But it gave me very much deja vu from that. So I think the other thing to call out is just Silas Swords, I think, just has had a sophomore slump year. I think Olsen has been their more consistent, better player, and it shows up in some of these awards. We haven't seen Sila. We see Olsen listed. I think Michigan continues to be small, but one thing about Michigan, they will fight. I don't know what they'd be doing in that halftime or the second half, but they just like go to another gear. So that is a team to watch out for they're never really out of a game because they can always fight back. I really liked, is it Delfasi or Delfos? Anyway, her. I thought she did a pretty good job on
Is that Puffs? Is that the young lady? Two Puffs? Yeah.
2 Puffs.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think
real smooth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's very athletic. It will be interesting to see kind of like what changes Kim makes. Because how do I pronounce her name? Mechanics. Sofacanic. I was gonna say mechanic.
Mechanics.
Yeah, Sofacanic. She got in foul trouble and Lauren had her on that bench. And then when she did come back in, she was, I don't know if she was timid because of the foul trouble or she was out of rhythm, but that was a little bit of a struggle. And I think the games I've tuned in for Michigan, it's been like hit or miss with her. So I don't know what changes they can make. The problem is they don't have a lot of size. So I think it depends who they play. Holloway has been a little bit better as a PG, but still things to be desired. Who else? I know I'm forgetting somebody, but Q Daniels. I like her. I don't know why they didn't play her more. I thought she kept up with Kiki a little bit better than whoever ended up on Kiki later in the game. Kiki had a solid game, you know. Kiki, I don't know. I don't
you know. Okay. Well, okay. Well, we know. All right. Well,
Kiki is the challenge I have with Kiki is people keep telling me she's a PG. She's not a PG. She's not even PG on her own team. So like, why do people keep forcing her as she's not a PG? She is better off ball. And if she plays off ball, I can get with it. But if you're telling me she's a PG, I can't get with it. That's my issue. But she was attacking the rim, putting a lot of pressure on the rim.
Is she a wing? Is she a combo guard? Where do you have?
She's a 2.
Okay.
She's a 2. Yeah, she's a 2. I wouldn't put her at PG. And it's funny because like again, even on her own team, she don't play PG. Yeah, sometimes she's holding the ball, but Sharice Ledger Walker is actually the PG. If y'all watch it, like Kiki is a 2. Y'all, she's a 2. Stop telling me she's a PG. She's not a PG. That's where my issue is. I think I watch it.
Where do you rank her? Where do you rank her as a 2?
That's tough because the 2 position is really interesting in college because you have 2s that are like the slasher driver athletic ones, like a Kiki. You have the shooting people who like you have Blake's is a 2. You know what I mean? And it's like, well,
right.
Kiki don't shoot like Blake. I mean, Blake's is a height, but just like if we're gonna be honest, right? Like Kiki don't play basketball the same way Blake's does.
No. Two totally different styles.
That's what I mean. So two is actually the hardest one for me to equate people to because there's so many different styles of being a 2 more than maybe some of the other positions. So I don't know. She probably is in the top 10 of twos in college, but I'd have to actually sit down and map it
Okay,
out.
here's different question. Coming out this year, where do you have her going as a 2? Where, as far as like just round, where you have her projected? Not team, but
Yeah, I can't
round.
do team. I would say late first-ish.
Okay. Late first-ish. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. I mean, she has motor. But again, I think it's like the fit of the team. I just don't think like, and
Absolutely.
and the thing is, like, just off the top of my head, there's a lot of teams that have multiple picks, like the Mystics, right? Like, so at some point you're gonna get
As people may make trades and all kind of stuff may happen. So
maybe, but there's also just a lot of people with multiple picks in the first round. So like,
true.
Yeah, maybe a late first. I think the real question is, who do I have higher, Kiki or 4? We're gonna have to come back to that. I'm gonna have to chew on that. I'm gonna have to ponder on that throughout the baseline.
Yeah.
So
Ponder upon that one. Interesting.
yep. So yeah. I mean, like, good game, good hustle. I think it's interesting though, because when I watched the first quarter, I realized I was like, Michigan could have been up more. So I just don't know what to do with Michigan. And also it leaves me still kind of confused about UCLA, because I think they're really balanced. But I think when it comes to teams that are athletic in certain positions, I think it's tough for them. I think when someone's athletic versus Neepkins and Dugalich and Jaquez, if you have athleticism to match those spots, I think it negates some of UCLA's balance.
Okay. Bet's been playing real aggressive here lately.
I am much higher on Bets than you are, so you talk about Bets.
Yeah, I just think she's been playing much more aggressive lately. I'll give her that. I'm still not really that high on her like that. But I think she just plays a style of basketball that I wouldn't build a team around. That's all. If you're building the team to really go into what I consider kind of more of an old school style big, then she works for you. Just not, again, it's just not a style of basketball that brings me to the TV.
Mm-hmm.
But
as you see in the Big Ten,
and I think she's been staying on the floor more. Really trying to lead her team. I've been seeing her name again, like you said, more than Kiki and some of those other players.
Yeah, it's been it's like her and Kiki, I think, that have alternated. But ever since she got that pep talk from AB, apparently, in Durham, she's turned on a little bit more. I think what you're seeing though is in the Big Ten, if you don't have someone that can compete with Bets and give her resistance, it's tough to win. And I think the same thing applies to the W to me. I understand they're not building around her, but if you have someone like that who's capable of the gravity, if you don't have counters, it's a tough day. So that's the thing that I think is like, there's still value, but I understand if you don't want to build around it. But I also don't. I think she's still really good. So
oh no, I know we go back and we go back and
yes,
forth.
we feel differently. So we can move on.
Yeah, if I had my choice, I probably would. This year I probably would still take Medina.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think Medina's ceiling is higher.
Oh yeah, and when we had the conversation at that time, her numbers were better. I don't know where they are now, but her numbers were up there. So
I think if I had to guess, Bet's numbers are better.
Only because Mo
had a dip. Yeah,
but that's okay. Guess what? Big Mama is back.
She said, "I'm back.
I'm back. She's back. Yeah, let's get it.
You want to do Texas A&M.
Joni, fight. Joni, fight.
Yeah. You know, I'm happy for her. I'm happy for those kids, honestly. I think there is something there. The thing that's going to be tough is one, not all those players is she going to, like, some are seniors, they got to move on.
Mm-hmm.
And just unfortunately the way the college landscape works, we'll see who's the coach. But I do think they're starting to figure something out a little bit. I think honestly, even the game versus us, they started to figure it out a little bit in that third quarter. And you have to remember, what's her name? Is it Prosper or Pryor? Pryor, I think, is her name. The short guard from Sacred Heart. Like, she's a firecracker.
Let's hear.
Say who?
Pryor.
Yep. She works. It's ironic because I actually think her and Rory have a lot of similarities. I think Rory's the better pest defensively, but Pryor has a solid mid-range too. Like, she can hit that thing, and that's actually what had them with Bama, you know, and start separating from Bama in that game. So I think there's that. Bama.
What's up, Brittany?
Hey, Brittany. We're just talking. Hey, friend. We're talking Bama, Texas A&M, just to close that out. Bama, I don't know what to say about them, honestly. They kind of, like, I guess they're 20-something team, right? Like, they're in the 20s. Like, some days, if it's clicking, it's great. Some days it's like, what's going on? I think, yeah, I don't have them going far in March. Can they get someone on early on? Yeah, sure. But I don't think Bama has been able to string it together enough. And I don't really have the answer for why that is. I just think they're not consistent, especially. I think between Timmons, Weathers, who am I forgetting? Cody with the DY. I know she fouled out, but, like, there's just the consistency isn't quite there, and I just don't think they have enough time to figure it out. So that's me.
Absolutely. Yeah, Bama, that team that'll hover around the 20s. Yeah, they'll get somebody in the tournament. They can get somebody in the tournament. Will they? That's up to them. But yeah, it's just inconsistent. But I would say for them, coming off of all the players that you lost last year, like 3 going in the draft. So for them, this is probably a plus. Because they were probably like, they probably didn't expect themselves to be ranked. Probably they thought, all right, we'll hop in maybe at 25, we'll hop back out, and probably might not enter back in it. But so for them, I guess this is it's a plus, because in all honesty, it could have been worse. You lost 3 people to draft, so.
Yeah, they're kind of overachieving. I didn't think they would even be ranked at any point this season, so good for them for that. I was not hating on Nas. I already told you multiple times I'm not hating on Nas. I'm not even close to hating on Nas. I just said they need someone else with the laces to round out that team for me to actually believe they can win. I've been in lulls recently. It's not Nas. It's I need someone else who can shoot. And that doesn't mean Nas can't shoot.
Not them calling you a Nas hater. Oh my God.
I already clarified that before, but I gotta clarify again. Do we want to talk? Who's Brittany? You got anything for Texas and Kentucky?
No, outside of the whisperer getting in that press conference talking about he doesn't like the way that Texas plays defense. Well, sir, I don't like the way you play defense either.
Which is non-existent.
Exactly. So what are we talking about?
I'm just over. Oh, go ahead.
They literally, we wonder why we're like, okay, is Kentucky soft? Why are they soft? Well, look at Kenny.
Well, that.
There you go.
I'm just over these.
Brittany's here.
Yes. I'm
Brittany
just
has
over,
entered the chat. Let's go.
I'm just over these men complaining. Like, people love to stereotype and say women are soft in their. The men are the ones complaining in the SEC right now. Like let the record show the men are complaining.
Now let the record show. Let the record show.
Record it. Vic
Man,
be
somebody give him
complaining
a
every
pacifier.
5 seconds. He's mad that in the SEC we play on Sundays because he wants to go to church. Well, Vic, there's online church, and go on another day. That's not the only day they hold services.
But Vic, you knew that when you got in this business.
Yeah. I've
What
never
does he
seen
feel like?
someone be a head coach in the SEC complain more about the SEC. That's how I know that man really did run to the Big 12. And you had to know the day that he found out they were coming back to SEC, he was talking about some dang numbit, dang gone it,
That man called his wife. He considered retirement. That's
Right.
just my opinion.
Just
he
shut
considered
up.
retirement.
Shut up. Nobody wants to hear you, Kenny. Nobody wants to hear you, Vic. Weirdos. And then Kenny also had some sneak disses in there, but we'll get back to that when we see Kentucky at the end of the season. I'll remember. Don't worry. He had some sneak disses in there. I'm tired of the men whining. Shut up.
Someone give him a pacifier and maybe a diaper.
The other thing we need to talk about, because we be calling other people out when they go ghost, Casper the ghost.
Yeah, Kenny complained. Kenny complained.
Madison Booker.
Okay.
I need you to come to the front.
Yikes.
Because way too many games are you ghost for long periods of time. Just a non-factor offensively. Now, I will say she did get a couple critical rebounds that they needed because it was a close game. But you had, in 36 minutes, you had 8 points. You were 1 for 6. Now that's, I don't even know if we a tour date. Like, that is, like, we still asking people, are we still wishing Happy New Year's? That's that's New Year's. You know what I mean? 1 for 6. 1 for 6 in 36 minutes. 8 American points. 6. She went to the free throw line six times and went 6 for 6. That's what saved her. 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 turnovers, like 3 fouls. What is that? What is that stat line? At home?
And it's crazy because you would think someone of that skill set, it's like, okay, I'm going to allow everyone, like, I'm going to try to get us off to a good start. All right, let me get others involved, whatever. And then the minute that you see, all right, we coming up empty too many times, give me the ball. And you would also think with that skill set, it would be easy for her to just be like, all right, let me just get to the elbow real quick. Let me get down low real quick, just for a quick little turnaround, whatever you want to do. And then it just really doesn't make sense because, like, I can't even say like Vic doesn't put her in good spots to score because he does.
I think
Like,
the only plays they run are for her on that baseline and Rory. That's the only two plays they like run for real.
so it just doesn't make sense. It's just maybe she just doesn't have the takeover gene. Maybe that's what it is. She just doesn't have the takeover gene. That's what I'm starting to think. She's just not going to take over the game. She's one that like the coach will like. I would assume Vic will have to get into her like, hey, I need you to actually go score, literally, please.
But
at least
people keep
attempt.
telling me that she's KD, and KD has his own issues.
Oh, here we
go.
But here we go.
I like maybe they're more like
She's
them.
not KD. She wear KD number. I'm sick of that, man. Now come on.
No. Listen to me. I said maybe.
No. I'm not saying what you said. I'm just saying in response to what people say about her being KD. She's not KD. She wear KD number. We gotta be clear about this, y'all.
But what I'm telling you is there may be an aspect of them that is similar, and this is what I'm talking about.
Here we go. Let's go. Enlighten me.
Well, I see a comment here that says it's Rory's fault, and Rory should be asking Maddie, "What's up?" And it's Rory's team when they're on the floor. Well, then that kind of sounds like a KD quality to me.
What the fuck?
Like, I don't like. We need to wake this up because for someone who won SEC Player of the Year more times than she should have, I have a problem with this. Like, you went 1 for 6. That's 16.7%. Your previous game against LSU, you went 6 for 21. That's 28.6%. There are far too many high quality games this season. Well, for her career, this season, she's like 50-50 on top SEC opponents and her shooting percentage. Like, too many games, she just doesn't. Whatever.
Do the thing.
There's so many games where she just blends in.
She blends. And y'all telling me like.
Like, as I like to say, look, when it's like a close game and it's tough games, like big games like this, I would rather go down with my star just missing shots. They're getting good quality shots and they're just missing him than them not shooting at all. Literally, you're not shooting at all. What are you doing? Okay, yeah, she might get on the glass, but like, okay, I need you to do more than that.
The team is just better constructed. They have more now that they have shooters. Rory is healthy. This team is there's just better players around her, but I'm not sure individually she is better. She's slightly better, but like.
And we're not saying like, all right, we want her to be out here like Michaela Blake shooting 20 shots a night. Absolutely not.
No.
But she should be shooting at least 12. 10.
I shouldn't be able to clearly be like, it's third quarter, the game is close. Is Madison on the floor? Why hasn't she shot the ball? Like, that shouldn't like formulate in my head, make it through my cognitive reasoning and still find its way out my mouth audibly.
Oh shit. You're hilarious.
Like, so that's why all this stuff that has like Rory as like top 5 pick, or Rory should be in the not Rory, sorry Rory, but even that Madison, that puts her in these like, she's slam dunk, she's the best player. Like, are we sure? Are you guys watching some of these games? Because I think part of what has her stats overall great is when she plays Auburn, when she plays, like, you know what I mean, like when she's playing those teams. 25 off of 80%, like, you know, but too many high profile games. It's just not. It's just not. It's just not.
No bright lights, Booker.
So
No bright lights.
And that Oklahoma game is booing her very well because she went 7 for 10. But we all know Oklahoma don't play no defense. So ask Michaela and Galvin, which that might be a good segue. Let's go to that. Anything else y'all got on this game?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Cool. Y'all know how I feel about our Oklahoma game. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, Oklahoma is just, they're just not it. Let me start reading some stats. Let me do that. That's the best way to start this one. Let's read the stats. First thing, shout out to Galvin. 30 piece. She went 10 for 15. At some point, she was like 100%. Going into the half, she like didn't miss a shot. See, this is the problem. Final stats look a lot different than what it is in the game, because at some point when I thought I screenshotted it. I didn't keep it, but let's just read Oklahoma stats, because let's just start with apparently one of the 25 best players in college basketball, Aaliyah Chavez. 34 minutes. She had 14 points. She went 7 for 19. She went 0 for 11 from 3. That was a lot worse earlier, like midway through the fourth quarter. I don't know what to tell you guys. Just trust me. It was way worse than what this stat line reads. Reagan Beers, 25 minutes. She fouled out because she was in foul trouble. She only played 25 minutes. She had 19 points. She went 9 for 10, 11 rebounds. But in the game, she flagrant fouled. People love to say other people elbow. When I tell you Reagan Beers is a hack, this is what I mean. The way she threw that girl down made no sense. Like, what are we doing? It just, quite frankly, the final box score looks more, I'm not even going to read anymore because it looks okay, but it was way worse in the game. I just, trust me on that. Like, Oklahoma didn't look like it had a plan besides shooting threes. They overall went 2 for 24 from 3 as a team. That's 8%.
What did Bravo shoot?
Or you said 8%?
8. 10 minus 2. 8.
How many shot attempts did Verhulst get?
12, but don't trust it because trust me, it was, again, like, these final stats make it look not as bad as what it was actually happening in the game. Because they got so behind to a point, they were just chucking shit up, and sometimes it would go in, or they'd chuck shit up, and then they would that Oklahoma, because Oklahoma out rebounded Vandy. Oklahoma had 50 rebounds to Vandy's 36, but half of that was because they were missing shots, and then Oklahoma would get the rebound, and then we did have an ADR sighting. ADR would come in and foul somebody. In her 8 minutes, she had 4 fouls. Like, there was a point in time where I was like, is Vandy about to lose this shit? Because they were just fouling Oklahoma, like, left, right, center, up, down. Like, yuck. It was yuck. So that's all I have to say about that. And now y'all got Galvin probably as Galvin now looking like she probably gonna be SEC freshman of the year because of that performance.
Man, to let Blex go for 30, all right, whatever. To let Galvin go for 30, both of them. Oh
Both
yeah,
of them.
no defense was being played whatsoever. Defense was not on Oklahoma's mind whatsoever. Because it's like, what is your game plan? Okay, if your game plan is, all right, we're gonna let Michaela do whatever Michaela does, and we're gonna shut off everyone else. Well, you didn't shut off anyone. You didn't shut off Galvin's water. So,
Nope. Well, because they don't really have anyone that can defend for real. That's again, I'm gonna try to let that game go, but that's what infuriated me. They couldn't. Nobody could guard Blake's. Clearly, nobody could guard Galvin. And then I'm trying to see. Jackalenga was doing something at the beginning of the game. She didn't finish with that much, but I think to start the game, she was doing pretty well. Passat had 16. She went 4 for 5 from 3. Like, honestly, Vandy did whatever they wanted, and then I think just started playing bench players because there were people on the court. I said, "Who is that? I've never seen them before in my life." So, that's
yeah, it was
game.
some. It was some. Let me check the roster. Let me check the roster. What's that number? Who is that? Yeah, it was some. It was some folks that needed some introductions coming in the game. It was definitely some unknowns.
Oh my goodness! Did I see Kobe Blake's gonna be in the SEC chip versus South Carolina? Watch. I am not. I don't bet on that. I don't bet on that. Y'all can bet on that one. That's not my bet.
I was like, when did Brittany say that?
Literally, I had to look. Good night. No, I'm not saying that. Y'all, yeah. Y'all can. Though. That's not my bet.
Yeah, there's too many teams you have to go through for that to happen. And that would also require Vandy to finish in the top 4 so they can get one of them buys to start. Because otherwise, you gonna see Ole Miss, damn it, Mississippi. You gonna see. Well, I think there's too many teams to go through in the SEC tournament that it's gonna be tough. And everybody's played you once, so now they're gonna have a different plan. So
absolutely.
Chavez will be freshman of the year. What, in the SEC overall? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think Galvin is now looking like it.
Really?
I think so.
Okay.
I think
Galvin's been pretty solid all season.
Outside of our game.
Yeah. Outside, girl. Ooh.
Outside of our game and maybe some of Ole Miss, I'd have to see what her final stats were. Damn it, for Mississippi. That we'll see. But you have to remember they did just go head to head and Galvin looked better. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, look, I don't understand the infatuation with Chavez. I think she's okay.
Look, she played that one game. She gave her coach that one game of not shot chucking. She said, "You got your one game." After that,
But that shot chucking came in overtime. But you know what? They did.
Yep, and it only and the only reason why no one said anything about it was because she made the shots. Had she been missing them joints?
Yeah. So there's that. Y'all ready to talk the big one?
Yeah, let's go.
Somebody else kick us off. I've been yapping. Somebody kick us off. I'm gonna take a little break.
Wait, which big one? TCU?
Oh yeah, you did want to talk that. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. That one. Talk the big one. Go ahead.
I just want to go here real quick. Well, TCU, hello. Welcome to the loser circle. You lost again. This time to Colorado. What? Colorado was 6-5 in conference play?
That sounds
for your big something like that. Both of their bigs in foul trouble, which is crazy. Fouled out, actually. Sorry. Make that make sense in my head. It doesn't make sense. And then on top of that, hey, you just can't get a stop when you need a stop. Them getting a stop is just hoping and praying that the other team misses. That's the hoping, like that's the stop right there. Let's just hope they miss.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Colorado is now 7-5 in the conference.
look at that. Look at that. The Big 12 continues to get weird. The
Would you
Big
like to
12 is
know?
over there like, let's get weird.
Yeah, Baylor is currently at the top. Fascinating. They are 10-2. Texas Tech is 10-3. West Virginia is 10-3. TCU is now 9-3. Oklahoma State is 8-5. Colorado is 7-5. Utah 7-5. And Iowa State is now 7-6. I'm gonna stop reading after that because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's crazy. For Olivia.
She
I
only
don't
had
know.
2 turnovers this game.
Oh, I'll give her a round of applause for only the 2 turnovers. But I just wonder I'm definitely gonna continue to go back to the showing up your teammates.
Yep.
Like you have the audacity to show up your teammates. But it looked like you needed them in this game. It looked like you needed your teammates to help you. And so I just reckon, and well, I'm just gonna say, the lady that was on that broadcast that said she's a 2-way player, where? Because when they needed a stop, couldn't get one. Colorado's big started feasting on TCU bigs, and I was like, whoa, this is crazy. But yeah, shame on you, TCU. It doesn't make sense. You went and got all those bigs, all of them, and yet you're not like just running away with, like just running away with the conference. Doesn't make sense.
But I told
On
y'all they
paper,
weren't
it
gonna
doesn't
win
make
the
sense.
conference.
On
Go ahead.
paper.
Got the bigs, got the PG.
Literally.
I
We're not
told
doing
y'all,
that.
I was like, I don't care nothing about all them 6-7s. What they gonna do with them? Nothing. They ain't gonna do nothing with them. When push comes to
2
shove,
of them 6-7s
they ain't gonna be
gone.
able to win. They ain't gonna be able to win.
I don't know. I think
You
like
say
last
that,
year with like
Olivia should have
HBL,
stayed there. Go ahead.
HBL gave him some edge last year. They ain't really got no edge. at least HBL made it look like all right. They got a little edge to them.
Hold on.
Yeah, no.
Because I'm starting to remember. It wasn't just HVL. It's the girl who got dunked on too had a presence for the most part. Because
And then
remember,
the third one that didn't show up against us, but showed up
correct.
usually the other games.
That's what I was going to say. Remember, she wasn't going up against that many physical bigs typically. So in the Big 12, she was able to do her pick and roll with HVL. The other thing we're forgetting is who was the girl last season who had like the white girl, long hair, had like the sleeve. She was their shooter. Yeah, remember she went to she might have been undrafted and got like a training camp contract. Anyway, she gone too. So they just don't. And while Suarez had, I think, a good game this game on paper, technically, they really don't have as a team what they had previously. So it's not just HVL, even though HVL was part of it. But
was that the Madison Connor girl?
That's it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
She had good games, just not against us. That's
No, of course not. None of them had good games against us. Even HVL, even though on paper it looked like she had a good game, she didn't. Mm-hmm. But they were able to feign
So-
it a little bit more in the Big 12 last season.
HBO got a little bit more fight in her. You know what I mean? Like I told, like one thing about HBO, she like a barroom fighter. You know what I'm saying? Till the cops come, she fight, she scrapping. I give her that. But I do have a question. I see in the chat they say that Olivia should have stayed at Notre Dame. Does Notre Dame look any better with Olivia Miles there this year?
Look better in terms of what? Putting up more points? Maybe.
Well, part of their issue
No.
is nobody else is scoring but Hannah at times. So in a way, yeah.
Yes. But defensively, no, they won't look better.
Does that equate? But okay, does it equate to winning? Does it equate to them being in a better position in the ACC?
I think they'd be in a better position.
Yeah. For the long run, no.
Right.
In
It's not-
long run come tournament, no.
Right. They weren't going to win the ACC. But you also have to remember when Olivia left, some other people left too. So like it kind of isn't just Olivia. Like I feel like there's some other things that go along with Olivia. But even if I were to just try to do the exercise of just Olivia, I'd still say they would have won a few more games. But they weren't going to win the ACC. No.
Oh no, that requires some defense to be played.
That's fair.
So
You got anything else about this one?
no. Oh, there was a. Speaking of showing up, but the showing up turned up. I think they were up 7. Got called for a tech for taunting, which actually sent Colorado to the line. I think they hit 2 free throws. I can't remember if they got the ball back or what, but nevertheless, it jumpstarted their ability to come back in this game. So there you go. There's that. It was like in the third quarter. I think it was 47-40. Mm-hmm. Olivia hit a 3, did some like taunting 3. To be fair, it was a kind of a little soft. You could argue that, but nevertheless, they called it taunting. You did it in kind of the girl's face, so they called it taunt. Got the technical, and that jumpstart Colorado to get back up in it.
Homegirl went to TCU and started showing her ass.
Golly, that's how y'all feel for real.
Absolutely, she went to TCU started showing her ass. So all them, look, y'all gonna get everything.
Now she got down to Texas Christian and turned into a gangster.
Freer. She's freer.
Wow. Yes,
Hey,
very free.
Freer is a beautiful thing for him. Do your things, kid. Do your things.
It is. Speaking of free and undisciplined, Texas, or not Texas, sorry. Freudian slip. Tennessee.
Let's talk.
Tennessee. Why don't you kick us off here?
To Tennessee. I done kicked it off one time. Now, Lord, I've been feeling real stressed, down and out. And I told you, look, take me to another place. Take me to another land.
Help me understand your plan.
Help me understand your plan. Yeah. Tennessee, help me understand your plan, Kim Caldwell. What is your plan? Tennessee. Tennessee. Help me understand. What are you doing? You got all this talent over there and you ain't doing nothing with it. And they keep letting you come up to the seat. Y'all don't want me to get started because I'm gonna get on my soapbox. This is about Kim Caldwell and her failure to deliver. She's failed to deliver. And she's failing these young ladies at an alarming rate right in front of our face week after week after week, and nobody is calling her on it. They let her sit up at the press conferences with these blank ass
called her
looks.
out on it. We were calling
we call her out, but I'm talking about at the press conferences. Nobody's calling her out in mainstream media, in mainstream sports coverage. They're not calling her out. They're allowing her to sit up there.
They just started this week. I was like, y'all not been listening? We've been calling it out. They just started this week.
She's continued to blame her players. She's continued to not have an answer. Everything's on tape on you now, Kim. The tape is out, and so now you got to dig deeper in your bag, and it's like it's like a bag with a busted bottom. Ain't shit else in there. I'm looking at my hand out there. What else do you have that you can give these young ladies? And my problem is that not only are you not giving them anything on the floor, it does not appear that you're pouring into them off the floor. So either way, they're not succeeding on either side on either side of the student athlete of the piece that you're supposed to be building at Rocky Top. And the way that I know that is because you set your ass up there and said they don't go to practice, they don't go to class, they don't go to warm up on time.
We don't have leadership. We don't have leadership.
It ain't no leadership. It's their fault. They need to figure out why they can't stick together. All of these things. This is how I know ain't nothing. There's nothing going on that is preparing them for the next level. Nothing is going on there that's preparing them to be successful after they leave Rocky Top. They're not even getting good tape that will be allowing them to go play other places. The body language of these players on the floor is terrible. Absolutely terrible. And I keep seeing y'all say give that team to Joni. I
don't want Joni.
I'm talking about in the chat. Y'all done type that like I think that's Kappa. You keep typing that. Maybe that's just you to keep typing that. I'm not interested in giving this team to Joni. I told y'all I would give this team to Noelle Quinn. I told y'all that from the gate. That's the coach that I said. But the thing that we know about Tennessee is Tennessee has never had a black female head coach in the history of their program that I can remember.
No, never. A blue chip who's gone through coaches since Kim and well, I'd argue that they probably should have kept some people, but they haven't done it. Now, here's my thing. Let's go to the actual game. Yeah.
Breakdown. Let's go.
Well, actually, let's go back a little bit further, if y'all will allow me, to the Georgia game. The way they should have lost the game in Georgia. If Georgia had been about it a little bit more. I think we talked about it last baseline. But I really was looking at that like, Georgia, you let one go, right? Unlike other people who get on podcasts and be scary and call themselves Gamecock fans, I was a little concerned when I woke up that morning and saw that Maddie wasn't going to play. And I was like, dang, like, we just need bodies for this game, you know? And not concerned like woe is me, we're screwed, we're one injury away from being a horrible team. Like some say. That is not how I think, because we have Dawn. But I was like, okay, this is going to be a test. Let's see. The way this game was over by the second quarter, I was like, oh God. Like, you know how when you like watch games and it's like, did this team win or did this team lose? Yes is the answer. You know, like, Tennessee is so not serious that I was actually appalled, because I was sitting there like, are we this good or they don't give a damn right now? Because like some of the stuff was just like, are you guys trying to pass the ball to one another or are you trying to pass it to us? Like, no one's running, no one's getting back. Y'all act like you don't know how to play a 2-3. Like, and it's not like we just threw the 2-3 out in the second half. Like, we gave that 2-3 in the middle of the first quarter, I believe. So you had the quarter to figure it out. You had halftime to do something about it. And then the rest of the game. And you had timeouts, Kim, by the way. You didn't call timeouts. You left with some timeouts in your pocket. Why? It just is like a big colossal, just like, ugh, like, we didn't play more than what, like 7 players for real, and we just handed you guys your worst loss in Tennessee volunteer women basketball lady vol history. Excuse me?
The history of Rocky Top.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is what happened.
Like, y'all are defecating on Pat Summitt's legacy. Like, that's actually, and I'm not like, anybody who likes women's basketball probably at some point was a Tennessee Vol fan. I'm not going to talk about everybody. I'm not going to put that. I mean, if you're a UConn fan, that's fine. But like objectively, it's like everybody at some point was either like a fan of the Lakers or the Chicago Bulls. Now, did you stay on that bandwagon the whole time? No. But like you tuned in because of the orange and the baby blue, right? Like at some point you were watching and you were following, right? Or there was a player you really liked, or there was a team you really liked, or whatever. Like it is weird to me that like such a blue chip brand in women's basketball is allowing this to transpire. And it's so bad. Like I know we get on the new generation, but it's like, where is your pride and your loyalty? Like, did you just come to Tennessee because they give you what they handed out, Range Rovers? Like, I know you have some orient, huh?
Did she get 2 Range Rovers?
Some. This is embarrassing. Like, it's so embarrassing what they displayed in CLA.
For all the history that they have and for how they're not really pouring into women's hoops now, it makes me just wonder, like, damn, man, how hard does Don really have to fight about this shit?
A lot
in these programs to get this bread to keep women's hoop popping like it's popping for them. Like, seriously. Like, this is Tennessee, the most, and I'm not, we're not going to count championships, the most storied program, right? Pat Summitt, legend, legacy. Before Gino, before Kim, before Dawn, before Brenda, before them, right? There was Pat. That y'all don't believe in that? Like you said, where's the pride in that?
Like I'm gonna be honest with you guys. When I was watching the game, while I enjoyed a lot of it, my mouth was open. Like I just was staring at the TV like, what is happening right now? Like I can't believe what they were doing. And I kind of leave, and we'll talk about, because like I'm like, are we this good or are they this bad? Like, and I think it's a little bit of both. Like I do think there's an aspect of that was just like, yo, you could have put all of us out there on that court and we probably would have at least dropped 10 each. The way they were playing basketball, like,
girl, forget 10. We putting up
I was gonna say 20. I was gonna say 20, but
the way they was playing 20, and at least 10 was gonna come off layups. At least 10, if not 12 points.
That's why I could score. I didn't have to shoot. I could have just yeeted that thing down the court like those overthrows, and then Tanaya just tapped it back to Joyce because nobody ran. Then there was the other one where Tessa just threw that bitch down the court and Raven happened to catch it. Nobody ran back. Like, and that was one of the timeouts that Kim used to yell at them, like, run back.
Absolutely. This Tennessee is very interesting. And it's very interesting from looking at it from a player's standpoint and then looking at it from the coach standpoint. Because from the coach standpoint, it's like, well, you can't teach effort. Yes, that is true. You cannot teach effort. But
I sure as hell can decide who's on the court.
Exactly. For Kim to continuously come to us in press conferences and tell us how they're not doing this, they're not doing that. Well, Kim, one thing that you haven't said is what you're going to do to correct it. So you can't sit, you coming to the media and telling everybody, letting the world know my players they are not playing to my standard. They're not practicing to my standard. They're not doing anything to my standard. Well, what is the standard, first off?
Oh no.
And how are you holding them accountable?
Time out. Because Brittany, you're someone put in the chat, it's only so much you can blame Kim for, though. No. Brittany, answer that in your answer, because I disagree. Go ahead, keep going, Brittany.
The reason We love to say, and actually, you'll hear players say how they are willing to run through the wall for their coach. No, I can tell you right now, nobody on Tennessee is willing to run through a wall for Kim Caldwell. Why? In part because you continuously go in press conferences and talk down on them. Some stuff, okay, they know that they play like crap. They know that. How does it help the situation for you to go in the press conference and call them quitters flat out? You're letting not only them know, but you're letting the other team, the entire America, letting the whole world know your team is full of quitters. Like, ma'am, duh, we know, we saw. But some things don't need to be said to us. That's something that you communicate in behind closed doors with your team, and you communicate how upset you were with their performance. But also, Kim has to take accountability with the fact that she's not holding them accountable. For her, it seems like you're holding them accountable by coming to the press and telling us how they're not doing what they're supposed to do. Well, man, what are we supposed to do about that? We don't get paid to discipline them. Where's the discipline?
Take me out the group chat. Take me out the group chat.
Take me out the group chat.
Take me out the group chat.
And then the worst part about it is, if you saw their body language going into halftime, you could tell some of them had quit. I'm done. Some of them was just heads down, just walking back. Like, you would think that with the way that the second quarter ended, they would be trying to hustle back to the locker room. That would be what it is. When you're losing going into half, it's like, hey, let's hurry up, hustle to the locker room because we have a lot of things that we need to discuss. And we only have X amount of time to do it.
Brittany.
That's what you would think.
Brittany, did you know that we started the third quarter on a 10-0 run?
Literally, yes. So whatever was said during halftime, clearly they weren't listening. And that team clearly looked like they have tuned her out. The minute that they get punched in the mouth, they're over it. And they're going to do whatever they want to do. And for Kim, okay, the minute that they want to do whatever they want to do, well, let me show you who's running the show. And it ain't you. This is my program. There's no reason why you have players out here quitting, but yet you continue to let them play. You have so many people on the roster. Why in the world do you not use that as an opportunity to send a message to the people that quit and say, hey, don't even worry about it. You not suiting up for the rest of the game, and you're really not even finna suit up for the next one. Because at the end of the day, I would rather go down losing with a bunch of players that actually want to work and just be out here trying to get better and that probably aren't getting a bunch of minutes anyway than players that are just out here doing whatever they want to do and just quitting that the minute that they get punched in the mouth. But that also goes, some of that is yes on the players, because at the end of the day, you are coming out here to do what? What is your objective? But that's also on the coach, because the coach and the coaching staff looked like they had no sense of urgency. Sense of urgency was gone come the end of the second quarter. So it's, as a coach, you have to put that pressure, and not bad pressure, but you do need to tell them, hey, we need to get it together. This is no, and especially right after, yeah, you beat Georgia, but you played UConn before that, and you did the exact same thing. You let the rope go. So you would think that coming into this game, and especially because, okay, the zone is on film by now. The zone was on film from South Carolina. It wasn't a surprise. They had been running zone previously. They just hadn't run it as much. But at least for the 2 games prior, there was a bunch of zone. I think they said there was 94 possessions of zone, the last 3 games, compared to 90 something plays of zone before those last 3 games. So it's on film. What are you doing in film session? Because your team should come in prepared to play hey, they're going to play the 2-3 and they're going to go 1-3-1. So we need to be prepared for it. Your team did not look prepared, which is crazy because I swore she said they had been playing well against the zone all season. Well, what happened today then?
That's what she said in her presser.
Exactly. They magically so your players just magically up and forgot how to beat a zone? Yeah, no. It's if the coach doesn't have faith and belief in her players, then what the heck makes you think that they're gonna have faith and belief when they go in a game and they're getting beat? Because that coaching staff looked like there was no sense of urgency. And she could have used it as an opportunity to send a message and make it very clear that this is my program. If you think you're going to do what you want to do, you can come sit on my bench. But what are they learning when, okay, you tell us that they're late to practice or they don't show up to practice, they do all these things, but yet you continue to let them play? Who's the fool? You're expecting them to magically up and learn your standard, but you're not holding them accountable. But you're also not holding them accountable because, Kim, you're not holding yourself accountable. It's not all on the players because, okay, it's different when it's one player. One player's late. One player's missing practice. It's a whole different ball game when multiple people on your team are doing the exact same thing. It's a whole different ball game when multiple people on your team are not playing to your standard. Therefore, one of two things needs to happen. Either you change your standard or you tell them you are either going to meet my standard or you're going to be sitting on the bench. One of two things happens. So for Kim, I don't feel bad.
I got a question because we over halfway through the season now. At what point do you start to look at the AD? Because you got a responsibility in this too, right? In some kind of way with the coach.
Absolutely.
So
as the AD,
we look at the AD. Let's go.
The AD should be getting that paperwork ready. Go ahead and give her ahead and give her her pink slip and say, hey, thank you for your time, but you're no longer needed. Because what all Kim is showing is that she has no control over that program. And there's no way they went and they not only did they pay you, but they also extended you. She's extended to like what, 2030 something? So
all because she beat UConn last year.
Literally. So she went and got extended. If looking at the AD, first off, you shouldn't have extended her after one season. Anyway, that's stupid in itself. But then to just go on and like now you have to be looking and you have to see that she has no control over her program because your players are not listening to you. Your players have tuned you out. So I would be a fool to think that, if you bring in a whole bunch more freshmen next year, that this is going to magically change. No, because as I recall, last time we were talking about it, this is the same lady that was sitting here begging for them seniors to leave. Was she not?
You are correct.
Begging for seniors to leave, get them out of there. And the minute that they did it, what happened? You have no control. You have no leaders. Your leaders are left. So now these are supposed to be the leaders that you've groomed. Where are they? They're nowhere to be found. That is a problem. Especially because you have people that have been there with you multiple years. Spearman has been there with you multiple years.
But isn't the real problem that, yes, so Spearman has been there multiple years, but wasn't Spearman also there under Kelly?
Yep.
And wasn't Talasia supposed to be under Kelly?
Yep.
So that to me is part of it. But I think even to answer the question, okay, so is the question really, well, the question is coming, but before the question comes of, should she be the coach or not the coach? Because that's invariably the question somebody's going to ask. I think we actually have to back it up and talk about why was she even decided as the coach in the first place?
Literally.
Because I think we were today years old at the time, whatever day that was, when we read through Kelly's resume, right? Y'all remember how we were we were like, wait, She got hired from Marshall. We assumed that she had been at Marshall forever, or like at least 4 years, 5 years, and they were crushing it. She was only there one season, and they made it to NCAAW tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What? That's surprising too. Okay, so then you go back where she was before, and it was D2. Like, I'm sorry. This is part of the problem. I think this is demonstrating Kim really doesn't have the trials and tribulations that most coaches have to go through to get a job like that, to get a job that's Pat Summitt's legacy. You know what I mean? Like, her resume does not match getting a job of the caliber of Tennessee Lady Vols. It doesn't.
Nope.
It doesn't. No matter how you cut it, like, it doesn't. It wasn't like she was at a mid-major and had like 4 years in a row of crushing it, 3 years in a row of crushing it. Hell, 2 years in a row of crushing it. You cannot do something once and call that sustained success.
Well, Larry had to do it 3 years to get his job. Larry had to do it 3 years to get his job.
And Larry's at Auburn. He's not at Tennessee.
Oh yeah, he's at Auburn. You better believe it.
And typically, with a team like Tennessee, the hire would be someone who has performed well on a D1 level, not the top of the upper echelon, but right up underneath it. Somebody who's like to get
the Tennessee job. To get the Tennessee job, you need to have been the Richmond coach and you've made it to like the Elite Eight consistently, or even that. But you know what I mean? Like, you have to demonstrate one of the, like you said, the upper echelon of the mid-majors, or you need to just be in Power 5. Like,
yep.
You don't make the jump from Marshall 1 year to Tennessee. And that's the thing nobody wants to talk about. People love to talk about DE&I and didn't earn it and whatever other BS they like to co-opt it. This ain't no way. Ain't no way. And no one sitting in the committee for Tennessee, because there's no way the AD just made this hire on his own. There has to be a consortium of people around the Lady Vols program.
Absolutely, right? Donors.
Somebody, because there's the Pat Summitt legacy, or foundation, or estate, or some shit. There's no way he just unilaterally made this decision. Like, ain't no way.
Listen, I had bought the Kool-Aid last year. I thought that she had more in her bag. I thought that Tennessee would be better than they are this year. So then to actually finally see the resume, and then to see what she showed up with this year, was like, whoa, damn. Like, who did you know? And it's okay that you knew somebody, but now that you're here, you ain't doing enough to keep the job. And how come nobody's calling you on it?
I just don't know why people like Larry Vickers have to well, I know why, but let's call it a thing. Someone like Larry Vickers has sustained success with limited as compared to Power 5 conferences, limited resources, is able to produce. You see where it's going. You see the foundation. You see the trend. Then you can project that to the next level. Someone does it 1 year, and who knows? That could have just been a fluke. Y'all know how the tournament goes.
Yeah.
That stuff can be so.
Let's see what you do once the tape out on you. That's the real test of everything, ain't it?
Well, there was no tape. There was no tape because she was.
That's why this season matters. This was the tape season. Y'all, it's 125 in the chat. Y'all have to like and share. They both right there. This was the tape season. Now that the tape is out, we still tapping when the tape is out. Let's go.
I still want to hammer on, how did you get the job in the first damn place? Because that really needs to be hammered on. Like, how did that happen? Now, admittedly, I didn't know this was her resume earlier this season when we were talking about Tennessee. But I do recall, because Auntie, you were higher on Tennessee than Brittany and I were. But we still thought Tennessee would be like, I don't know, top 4, which technically they still can be, but top 4 in the SEC, right? But we said it was contingent on a couple things. One, her adjusting her system, all the stuff that we got called a hater for in that preview, right? Like, we said that there were things that needed to change, and we thought a year now of reflection, getting some other kids up in there, it would be better. But what I'm seeing is either the lack of IQ, the lack of development, the lack of either chemistry, whether it's chemistry, wanting to run through a brick wall for the coaches, or even just wanting to run through a brick wall for each other.
They don't look like they taking her call right now. Fuck running through a brick wall. They don't look
right.
Like
so like
No.
this isn't it. Like, this, I don't care. Well, I don't care what connection it is. There is no way. For the first time, they go outside of the Vol family tree to hire a coach, and this is what you do?
Literally.
Like, this is the Wildcat offense equivalent. Like, there's a reason certain things, certain gimmicks don't work over time. Like, even in football, like, you've seen whatever is going on with the NBA. But even before that, the D'Antoni, like, sometimes people don't win with this shit. So, like, why would you put all your eggs in the basket of, we're Tennessee, we're gonna put all our eggs in this basket of a system that hasn't actually been proven on the D1 level consistently? All this shit that's been proven before, this hockey sub shit, that's D2 typically. That, like, what D1 program runs this?
Like I said, I ain't never seen no coach crazy enough to be doing a sub 2 minutes ago, an entire sub 2 minutes into the game.
Like, yeah, what's the point of that?
The only time I've seen that happen is if they come out super, super duper flat.
Throw you off. It's to keep you guessing.
Well, it's keeping them guessing because they seem to not know what's going on. They confuse themselves.
Yeah.
You know how you hide stuff? You hide stuff in your house, or you hide stuff from like, or like you hide your house key under a rock. But the problem is, there's a ton of rocks, so you don't remember which rock it's like. That's what, you're not doing anything. You're not confusing thy enemy. You confusing thyself. Like,
exactly.
It's not working. And I was told the whole reason that they do the hockey substitutions is to keep fresh legs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did it look like they had fresh legs? Because I saw Tanaya with her big ass brace running 40s on them.
Man, they look like they was out all night partying the day before. They were tired.
It's not. I just. And what's so frustrating to me is people keep, like you said, Auntie, people keep giving Kim a pass, whether directly or indirectly, because the fact that no one sat there and reiterated to her, okay, we heard a lot. Hey, Kim, we've heard a lot about what the other team, and she was being short. I was like, damn, you being rude. To some of the reporters, like, they need to figure it out. They need to do it. They need to decide they don't want to just win the next game. Okay, Kim, first thing, not your best outing. Secondly, no one flipped the question to her and said, okay, well, what are you as a coach going to do differently? Like, we've heard a lot that they need to figure it out, but what tools do you have as a coach to implement different things? And now, granted, I don't think they should have to ask her that question, but no one asked her that question.
And
that's a question we can ask.
If they could, if the kids could figure it out themselves, they wouldn't need a coach. They would have done it. They wouldn't need a coach if they could figure it out themselves.
They would have been done it, and they haven't. So clearly, they need a coach to help them. And the point I actually was going to make, back to her resume, I think not only has she, the system itself has not been pressure tested correctly, right, with higher caliber talent and quality. I think Kim herself, I have questions about her being pressure tested as a coach, right? one of the things Dawn said, or she said in coaching is about relationships and understanding the players and that whole thing. Well, if you haven't gone through the trials and tribulations of implementing a system, seeing it work, seeing it not work, having to adjust, having to tinker, then you as a coach are not prepared to come to this level and have those tools available to you. Because you putting me in your business every press conference is not the answer. And people keep saying, well, she's honest, she's forthright, we like it. It's clearly not working. And it keeps getting worse.
Right.
And the fact that Dawn it was our beat reporters, which was funny, asked Dawn in her press conference about what Kim said, because that's foreign to them. Ain't no way a coach is, and they've covered Dawn a long time. That doesn't happen. Yes, you can have subliminal messages, and yes, you can have subs, but what Kim did was so blatant. Like, and this isn't the first time you're not working.
Literally. Because typically, after you call them out in a press conference, they get it together. Like the first call out, there's no need for a second one. But the fact that you continuously need to call them out, telling them, "Oh, go win the next game." Well, man, what are you going to do to help them win the next game? Because as the coach, you are supposed to provide your players with the tools to succeed. It's up to them whether or not they choose to follow, and whether or not they choose to use the tools. But then at that point, if they choose not to use the tools, you can use the ultimate tool and say, all right, come sit next to me. And or thank you for your time.
By the way, do we know what happened to Poffenberger? She did not play at all. Has she been out or something, hurt?
I have no idea. That's a good question. I was wondering.
I haven't seen her log a minute since Kentucky. Since they played, was it Kentucky? No. Hold on. Let me double check.
Malik is saying that they chose her because she won a D2 championship, and they believe that's a harder championship to win. That's what was said. What? No.
Okay. And if it was harder for her to win that championship, why in the world is she struggling so much now? With all the tools that she has, being in a place like Tennessee. Recruiting shouldn't be isn't an issue. Clearly it's not an issue.
I just want somebody to show me how many coaches been at a D2 level, won, and then jumped to Tennessee and won, or an equivalent. Once y'all show me that example, I'll believe it. Like, what? And y'all sat in the room and said, yeah. That's, totally.
And I don't know. I don't want to be rude, but her approach to continuously calling them out and expecting something to change is giving insane. First off, insane. You're insane to keep doing this and thinking that they care. Because at this point, when you did it early on in the season, we're like, oh, I don't know. It's a little too early for you to be doing all that. Yeah, you're doing a lot. And then you do it again, and you continuously do it. So at this point, they probably don't care. You coming out and telling their business, they don't care. Very much like, okay, cool. You can continue to tell my business, and I'm going to continue to rack up all this money that I'm making just being here. And dare I say it, it's giving a bit immature. As a coach, it's giving a bit immature.
But I agree with that, because I said that earlier. I said this whole, I think it was when after NC State and Tennessee played, I said this isn't even giving, well, it's immature as a coach, but it's also giving lazy coaching. Like, you're not actually coaching them. Like, dare I say it? Like,
not at all.
I feel like this system isn't it's not a coaching system. Like, what did she say during the press conference? We told them they should lob it over the top, and they didn't do it. Okay, well, they didn't do it. So what are you going to do about it? Put in people who will do it. Make substitutions. Like, and then the other thing is, like, she didn't really use her timeouts for real, right? You were getting your brains bashed in. Shit. What did Denzel say? I'm leaving here with something. Like, don't leave there with your timeouts, because it's not gonna do nothing for you. Like, why don't you? I don't see outside of that time where Janiyah ran over to her because she thought I don't know even know why she ran over to her like that. Ran over to her while she was yelling at the refs, and she was like, "I'm fine," and like kind of like brushed Janiyah aside. Outside of that, I didn't see many instances of her like actually talking to the people on the court. Right, like slow it down, move the ball here. Dawn's over there yelling in her Seahawks jersey halfway across the court, trying to tell what she sees, what they need. Down on our end, Boyer was so just demonstrative the whole game. Like, people are talking to the kids on the court while we're shooting free throws. While we're shooting free throws, Raven's talking to Dawn. Taniya's gone. I've seen Joyce talk to like. We're not doing that, Kim, and supporting staff.
Girl, I don't even think that coaching staff got about their seat now. What? That coaching staff was like they was glued to their seat unless it was a timeout.
Yeah, just even the energy on the bench was just like, I know you're getting your butts kicked, but like, and this is the same thing I said to the Notre Dame girlies / Niele Ivy. At some point, you do have to look at this season and not necessarily cut your losses, but say, at what point am I better served investing more of my time in the younger people? Because if we actually go through the box score, I'm not clear why certain people played more than others. I'll give you Talasia. Okay, that's fine. She was trying.
Wait, but let Kim tell it. She wasn't good enough. No.
Which, I mean, she carries a heavier load. So like, sure. Damn, she shot 13 threes her damn self. Jesus.
Somebody gotta do it. Somebody gotta do it.
No, nobody got to do it. That's part of their problem. And it was so funny because during the broadcast, they said, oh, if we make 10 threes, we'll be good. Well, y'all made 10 threes, but
still got the back blown out.
Yeah, I just don't understand that philosophy. If it takes you 50 shots, in this instance, it takes you 44 shots to make 10 threes, that's a problem.
They thought they were playing in the NBA game.
Yeah, like that doesn't make sense. Like Latham only played 15 minutes. Why? Like, I don't think she was amazing, but like typically Latham is like one of their better within the system players. Prawl, I thought early on gave good minutes. She only finished with 2. Like, you kind of just look at it and you're like, Sybil only 16 minutes. Prawl only got 14. Boyd only got 4. She must be in the doghouse or something. But like, I've watched those players specifically give good effort, at least in other games. It was kind of hard to pay attention this game because you could never keep track of who was on the damn court. But it just feels like Barker got 30 minutes. 30? Yes,
bro,
30.
and cried the entire
30,
game. I was like, bro.
Minutes. You only have 30 minutes. 30? Yes, 30. Why she get 30 minutes?
No, the crying was OD. I was like, Janiyah, really? Are we being for real? We're crying and we're down 30, ma'am. Crying and you're down 30. Crying for a call.
Real crying or like complaining to the
No,
ref?
girl, complaining to the ref. Down 30, ma'am. What are you complaining for? What are you complaining for? Yeah, no. What? Who was the one? Oh, I said Sybil at the beginning of the season. I said, oh yeah, Sybil. You should be one. Offer it, girl. Get your paperwork ready. Get up on out of there. Get up on out of there. This not for you. I don't think this is for you. Go somewhere else.
I don't know who it's for, to be perfectly honest. So the irony is, who's their next game against? Texas? Sure, I'll be. Oh no, 2 games from now is Texas. Sorry, Missouri is next. Yeah.
Girl, they finna get their back blown out again. It's just gonna be all right. In between big matchups, we're just gonna try to beat up on some of the lower level teams. When it's also like, well, you've gone through all of them, so at this point of the season, it's about time for you to show up and earn your money. Cause if not, what makes you what? How am I supposed to think that when you play Texas that you're not gonna that you're not just gonna let the rope go? You did it against UConn, you did it against us, and you did it at other points in the season. So who am I supposed to think? Who am I to think? Will you let go of the rope as bad? Probably not.
If they don't shoot as many threes, they'll be in a better position. But
that's the thing, though. It's hard for them to do that.
That's their offense.
Exactly. That is her system. Her system is very much, if we have to play in the half court, we're screwed. If they can't turn you over and score off of those turnovers that they get, and they can't just run up and down and make it a track meet, and like if you force them to play in the half court, they're settling for threes. Just like they're just gonna settle for them. But that's also, I look at Kim, because what is your system? This is your system. They're not prepared to play in the half court, not efficiently.
No.
It's just like, I could probably count on one hand how many good possessions that they actually had. That might have just ended in a bad shot. Well, in a missed shot. But, they probably didn't have any more than 5.
Yeah, I agree. So the question about should she be fired or not fired? Look, listen, from my perspective, I think the PR of they unfortunately they put themselves in this situation by having her as the head coach. So I think that's part of the challenge. I do think she needs to enroll. She might need to call Kara and learn how to handle hard better. Because as funny as we were to Kara and them, you know what? And yes, they're in the ACC, so it's a little bit easier. But that team is getting more out of certain people. And I do think Kara likes to yell, and that is an old Tennessee coach. I don't know, but like she might want to start sourcing some leadership classes herself, because what she's doing is not.
But that's the thing, though.
We're still talking about Tennessee, Capital.
Yes, very much still talking about Tennessee. I'm not talking about that other team. But I think at this point, they would have to really have a coming to Jesus moment. Like, all cards on the table, we're sitting down, and I'm going to let everyone get off their chest. Whatever you need to say, get off your chest now. Because if you don't say it later, if you want to hold this in for later, I don't care. And they really need to have an honest conversation. And then they need a complete reset. Because I don't think they trust her. I don't think they really care for her, to listen to what she's telling them. And I don't think she really cares to actually figure out how to fix this, how to change this, besides just coming to the public.
Do you actually think everyone doesn't trust her, or do you think it's let me ask that first.
I think there's a few that might trust her, but I think they might trust her at the beginning, but the minute that the game gets a little tough for them, and they go down maybe about 10, they're about over it. And particularly against top teams, I think they just completely be like, man, whatever.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, it seems like they don't trust each other, and I don't know if they don't trust each other because there's not adjustments made. Like, what adjustment was made in that game?
Girl, I ain't seen that one adjustment.
Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's like they went into halftime and they got like a preview of the Bad Bunny halftime show or something. Like, what did you guys do during halftime? And the same thing happened at UConn. Like, they went in halftime actually tied. And it's almost like they were like, all right, we just going to keep doing what we're doing. Meanwhile, Gino was like, rah, 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 like, here are the changes we're going to make. And then they came out and it was just like.
Meanwhile, Gino was doing his job.
Correct.
She thought she had
because she beat Gino last season. Yeah, like
she thought she had Gino number. Like she was just gonna walk in and she was the it girl and she was finna handle Gino. Gino was like, "Oh, okay, let me help you out. I'm gonna help you out this time."
I wonder with how much time she spends coming to us and telling us about what they're not doing. Like, how much time are you spending pouring into them? Because the other part is, if you are pouring into your team as much as you should be, when you do that one time of coming out and saying, "Hey, we played like trash," or whatever you calling them out, challenging them on national television, whatever. Typically, when you do that one time, they get it. And then they'll be like, "Yeah, like that's on us. Like we played like straight ass trash. Throw it away. We fucked up."
Playing that basketball.
Literally. Like, that's typically what happens. They just take it as a challenge, not and a challenge to get better. And I'm not sure that her team is taking it like that, because I don't think she's pouring into them as much as she needs to be, as she should be pouring into them. Because they would just take it as okay, this is the standard and we need to be better, if she was. So there's a disconnect, and it's you're shoving a circle into a round hole, and it's just like, sweetheart, it's you're shoving a circle into a square, and it's just like, hey, it's not the hole. No matter how much you shove it in there, it ain't going in. So I think you should try to go and find the daggum square. Okay? And like, at this point, they need to just have a complete sit down, say what you got to say. This is the standard from here on out. This is what I expect, and these are the consequences when you do the things that you have no business doing.
All-out fist fight. You want it to be an all-out fist fight.
If it comes to an all-out fist fight,
he hasn't set that team up to be able to have that type of transparent, real-time conversation in real life about what's really going on. They ain't been honest about what's going on in there. You know how I know? Because everybody get to play. You go. Everybody go. Everybody go. Yeah, make an assessment about what everybody's skill set is, and then put the best team out there. She don't even know, because the sisters get to make a pick. See, it's a lot of stuff that got to be overhauled, but it got to start at the top. This thing got to start at the top. And I saw somebody in the chat say that she won some championships in the D2, but what I read in there was that her daddy was on the staff. So how much of this, and this isn't, this is a real question. How much of that was her dad and his experience and him being able to fill in the gaps that she didn't have, and her now having assistants around her who don't have that level of experience? And then nobody seems to be connected with the people that's on the team. Do y'all know them? Did y'all meet them? Did y'all go by their house? See if y'all liked each other? I don't know.
Which is crazy, though. You would think that, okay, when you you did this D2 hire, whatever, you would think that her assistants would be very accomplished, and they've spent years. So if she doesn't know, the assistants know. But I'm also like, ma'am, who are your assistants?
And I get it. You saying someday the players just call it a day, and that's that. Okay, that happened at OU. We didn't have a good day. But this has happened continuously. This isn't a one-off. This is a pattern.
And this happened after they did it already. They did it not the game before, but the game before that. So it's like, yeah, no, you did this. They did it within like what? A week? Within a week? You did the exact same thing, but you said, hold my beer. Hold my beer. Let me show you something. See how bad it can get. Like, no. But you would think with them making a hire like that they would put her or she would put herself in a position to where I'm going to surround myself with people who have played at this level, who have played at really high levels, who have all this, who have a bunch of different styles of just a bunch of knowledge. who are probably more knowledgeable than her, you would think that you would do that just because it will help your team be better, because this is a new playing field for you. You can never be afraid to have to hire assistants that may be more well versed than you. They might have coached longer than you, but that means that they've seen more things than you. Like, you would think that they would do that, but the fact that you're not, which in all honesty, if the assistants were better, they probably wouldn't look as bad as they wouldn't fall apart as quick and as bad as they fall apart.
Brittany.
Uh-oh.
What assistants? Nah, I just wanna ask this question. What quality assistant? Let me not do that. What assistants would sign up for this system?
Exactly. None. Which is why you would think that
the laugh is crazy at the end.
No, for real, but the system, but like good assistants will sit there and tell her, but like, this system, bitch, no, we can incorporate small aspects,
right?
But the whole thing should not be good assistants, well versed with all the knowledge. They would have told her, yeah, no, we gonna tweak this. We gonna add variations of what you want to do to things that we have known that have been proven to be successful. That's what should have happened.
And if the assistants are doing that, then why is she the head coach?
Yep.
You see how we like arrive at the same thing over and over again, which is why
This
is she
a bad
the head
hire.
coach? Like, this wasn't a good hire. Like, now, let me be fair, because there's other coaches I didn't think were quality coaches in the W, and I agreed that they probably should have gotten a consultant up in there. Like, I do think sometimes when you make hires, you gotta, I don't know, there's some instances where there's like a PR aspect of it. Now, I don't know how long you let it go, though. That's the thing, is like, is this salvageable? Like, can we bring someone in and it's salvageable? But then she also has to make adjustments now. And to me, that is like, to me, she put herself in a rock and a hard place, because on one hand, you move forward and you say, okay, I'm gonna get my younger players more playing time, and not just like this bullshit 15 minutes, just like, you're actually the cornerstone of what we're doing. And everybody else get in when you can, because like, if I'm committed to this system, I need people who are going to run it correctly. Well, then that's probably more time on task. And the people who are going to have more time on task are your younger players, for one. And two, you also have to think about portal. She does. Other programs, depending on who you are, I don't care about the portals. You play for national championships. This, y'all not going to get there. So you might as well play for instituting culture and a program, right? So
Yep.
I think, to me, that's the shift I would make. But then here's where she kind of screwed herself. She took people who are worried about their draft stock.
Yeah.
And here's where like the politics really do come in. Politics / whatever. You'll get where I'm going. She needs to put someone in the W who's from this program, so that when she recruits, she can say, look what we put in the W. So that's why, in my opinion, she's in a rock and a hard place, because she has people who really didn't grow up in her system, but they're going to be the quote unquote, like, flame torch barriers for her system in the W to demonstrate success. But in actuality, what she needs is people who actually have time on task in her system.
Yeah, for her, what is a better time to implement your culture than now? You might as well at this point.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Like, y'all already kind of fucked it up. I would personally toe the line between. I don't think Cooper is the problem. Yes, she can play better, but she's not the one I'm talking about. There's somebody else who really is going to the draft, and you probably shouldn't have taken them, was actually really your issue. But you wanted to try to have a free win and have a W draftee. That's what happened.
Mm.
Do you disagree? Because that
No, I don't disagree. Well said.
Right.
So
then,
that's what transpired, and that's why we're in the situation that we're in.
And the worst part of it, well, another reason why she needs to start now is because you have all these freshmen coming in. So you need to
people who can
set it
teach
now.
them the system how you want it run. Now, I think the system is flawed and the philosophy is flawed. But if you gonna die on that hill, shit, die on the hill.
Yeah, at this point, I just think like for her in the portal, I don't. Well, no, I'm not gonna say I don't know a child that would go there. The portal would be very hard. Well, I know, because I think there'll always be there's always some kids out there that just like, okay, yeah, throw the right amount of money at me, I'll go over there.
Or you get less athletic people who.
But that's the thing. Her system is like really, really super dependent on athleticism.
Yeah, but her system last season did better than this season, and some of those were carryovers from what's her face.
But she didn't like them.
That's the problem. But
and the tape out.
But you had more success last season. I think they ran it better. It looked better.
But they wanted. They believed in it more. They was like, okay, let's see what can happen.
Yeah.
Now they like, man, we ain't buying into this shit, man. This shit ain't working, man. All this running to death, and we ain't winning. Fuck all that, man. we straight, but we straight. We see what it is. Run for what? For what?
Because the running is cute when you're getting turnovers and you're getting easy buckets and you get to shoot transition threes. They like it then. But like when they're not getting that, it's like, oh yeah, this is so boring and this is a waste of time.
Well, it's just funny because the system doesn't seem to have responsibilities. Then you try to put responsibilities on them. Like we told them to lob it over the top of this. Well, who's supposed to do that when everybody's allowed to shoot?
Literally, everyone has the greenest light possible.
So whose job is it? You know what I mean? So let me anything else y'all got to say about Tennessee? I'm going to shift a little bit to ask a question.
Nope.
Are we going to talk specifically about the game or what are we doing?
Oh, what's there to... well, this is my question.
It's hard to evaluate the game.
Well,
Question.
This is my question. And maybe this will lead us into some aspects of the game you want to talk about. What is your takeaway from this game? Was this, again, more... good South Carolina, great South Carolina, bad Tennessee, horrible Tennessee, combination of what? And then I guess the answer to that will take us into what aspects of the game we're going to talk about more.
Well, there's things a part of our game that I also didn't like at one point in this game. And it was the rebounding.
Yes.
At one point, I hated the rebounding. I was like, bro, what the heck is this? I get it. They're shooting a bunch of threes, long rebounds, but come on now. What can you take away from this?
So was it more good South Carolina, great South Carolina, bad Tennessee, horrible Tennessee? Which one?
I think it's a mix of horrible Tennessee and South Carolina just being South Carolina. Well, keeping the energy and pace that they've set since the OU game.
Okay, Auntie.
So for me, I thought it was a work in progress, South Carolina. That's what I thought I saw.
So like good South Carolina is what you're saying?
Work in progress. Like still, like figuring stuff out. Some stuff, okay, got that down. It's working good. From practicing some stuff, we're gonna have to lock in and work on that a little bit more.
And I do think it was good good for individual players from the individual standpoint. But it's one of those like hard to kind of evaluate because it's like, were you really this good or were they just that freaking bad? Like, golly, like at least if they would have put up a longer fight, it would have been like, okay, cool. This is definitely what we could take away from this. But it's just like, okay, yeah, we're going to take away some things from this because there's some things that for individuals to take away from. But it's like, you don't want to put too much weight on it and be like, oh, yeah, it would just come out like super confident. And it's just like, them suckers are like that bad. Them suckers quit. They quit at half.
Yeah, I thought they quit. So, okay, let's talk about the good performances. Who you want to start with?
The good performances. Joyce rebounds aside, minus the second half is when she got most of those rebounds. Am I correct?
It felt like it.
Okay, yeah, because it felt like she got most of those rebounds in the second half. But that aside, great, because what did I say coming in? I said Joyce can't have like 4 turnovers. Can't happen. Because Medina's gonna give you like 3.
Yeah. Well, I didn't expect Raven to give us that many, but I'm not surprised.
But Raven had 4 in the first half.
Yeah, it was like, and then we were fine. But yeah, the first bit was rough.
It was just a person that I really wanted to see in this game was Maddie. I really wanted to. That's who I really wanted to see what she had learned. But besides that, I think Joyce had a pretty good game, minus the rebounds, as we said. Who else had a good game? Tanaya had a good game.
Yeah, Tanaya was looking much better than I expected her to look. Again,
absolutely.
Is that her? Well, I mean, she was still getting out there with the brace. She did say it slowed her down a bit, but that's why I was also like, Tennessee, what? While she didn't play a ton, I really liked Allie's minutes. I think stepping into threes confidently, and then I had a greater appreciation for. She does a really good job of moving in the post. Like she does a really good job of spacing.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see when Joyce was like operating, she made sure she found herself out of the way and like drew her player out of the way. So I think those are really good things. I still think our 2-man game between our bigs could be improved, but I think Dawn kind of said she's like, well, it's not there. So like, I'm not going to keep forcing it, but I still think in the post, them looking for each other, because doubles, that's also funny. There was no doubles in this game, but like doubles could come, that type of thing. Still like keeping in mind to like be aware of the other person. My favorite play was Tanaya when she spun out of the double, came down, gave a no look to Tessa. Tessa hit that like step back 3. That was crazy.
No, for real. I was screaming in my hotel room.
That was crazy. I think outside of a couple of the like travels or turnovers that Medina had, I otherwise was fine with her game. Like I thought it was solid. I think. Yeah.
I think with Medina, it's very much as the closer you could get her to the rim without her having to put the ball on the floor, the better.
Agreed.
Because there's too many times where she'll drive baseline and then get stuck. And then it's like, oh, sister, you're underneath the goal. Or there's no angle there. So now you end up traveling because you might end up, she's probably off balance.
Yep.
And the footwork just isn't there yet. But yeah, getting the ball as close to the rim as possible. Hey, without her having to put the ball on the floor, great things happen.
Yeah. I thought Raven was solid. I thought when like the turnovers, when those didn't happen, I mean, she was solid.
Most of them must felt like they were in the first quarter too.
Yes, I agree. But yeah, once like it was like when we weren't turning the ball over in the first half, we were scoring. I mean, we finished the game at we were at 70 something percent for the majority of the game until the end. So yeah, it was just like at some point I think I literally was like yelling. I was like, just don't turn the ball over, and it's basically 2 points at least.
I think at one point we were at like 72% and Tennessee was at 27%.
Yes. It was the inverse. I was like, that's crazy. We're at 72 and they're at 27. That's crazy. Yeah, that's true. Who else's minutes? Isla's minutes I thought were solid. Like, keep giving us that. That's great. I actually thought her defense.
The second stint for her was better than the first one.
The second half, you said?
Yes. I think the first, like when she first came out, there were a couple things in there probably just to the pace of the game, because when she first came in, we hadn't settled down yet. We were still like, all right, we're turning the ball over and we're running up and down the floor with them all day, all night. I think when she came in the second time, she was more settled.
Yeah. Well, I thought her defense was better. Like, I felt like I think at the end of the half or at the end of one of the quarters, she was like, someone was driving. She had a good help side disruption.
And then the weak side rebounds.
Yeah, those were good. Those have finally clicked, because remember earlier in the season when we were in Vegas, she got them, but she just like wouldn't catch them properly, or she couldn't like put them. She was like not in a good position to have good putbacks. So it was good to see that happen twice this game. So I think that's good. Is there anybody we're missing? Like Tessa was solid. Tanaya, Raven, Joyce, Medina.
My favorite player of the game, I don't even know who the player was, but she's dribbling off the right baseline, I guess. Right. And she's coming in, and then she's gonna go to the hoop, and then Allie's wingspan activated, and she does like a total 360, and she's like, oh yeah, nah, shit, I ain't doing that. It changed her whole it changed her whole mind about what she was gonna do. She was like, oh yeah, you saw confidence gone right there. It was like, yeah, nah, I'm not going to the basket. So
she said, abort
mission.
Red team go. Yeah, it was like that. Yeah, like somebody else try it. She
oh my goodness, how many fouls did she have this game?
0.
Yay!
No, Big Allie.
Yeah,
Big Allie, the big baguette.
We prayed for days like this.
We did.
She's working, man. She's working. The kid is working, man.
Absolutely.
Steady stacking confidence, and just but they're still. But then I guess my other favorite part of the game was there's a point in the game where Allie doesn't even know what the hell we're doing. She's like, "What are we doing?"
I literally could see her looking around like, "What are we doing? What are we doing?"
But she literally at one point mouths, like you can see her read her lips, and she said, "What are we doing?" Wait, like what are we doing? She gets into position. She doesn't get beat on the play, but it was just like you can see her like, okay, getting the lingo down and still getting comfortable. So to see her have that moment to show what her impact could look like, but then see her still just learning in real time. I love it.
Her letting it fly from 3.
Oh, she let that thing go. Bang, 2 times. Raven was swinging that towel, man. Raven was so hyped.
Boyer was the first one to stand up. If you watch it,
did you see Boyer? Boyer pumped that fist, man. Boyer was hyped. Boyer stood up. Boy Deli stood up.
Boyer stood up.
Everybody celebrated.
But when she was
Boyer knew it was good first.
Yes, when she was getting ready to shoot, Boyer stood up. Then Law put her 3s up, and then everybody else like as the shot was going in. But like both of them were like early on the 3, so that was cute. That was cute to see. We talked Allie, we talked Isla. I think we talked to everybody that like played minutes for real. Yeah, that's all I got.
Yes, I think there's things individually for each one of them that they could take away from this game. getting ready to go to that place.
So I mean, then y'all know what's next.
I'm giving you. I'm timing myself.
All right,
Okay.
start it. Go.
I'm ready for this game to be over. Not for anything more than just the faux hype that I feel like is being produced now.
Every year, man. Every year.
Yeah, and let me start with that. One of the commercials that was produced. That little Valentine's Day
The guest
best
star
friend,
thing.
yeah, like thing.
Oh, God.
That was messy, but you know what? Whatever, still messy. My big issue with it really is, and this is the whole Malaysia thing. Okay, fine, you could kiki he whatever, rolls eyes. But what I find interesting is there's lots of people who have played their prior people, and whenever that happens, the degree that it's done with LSU and South Carolina, like South Carolina's not even playing, and like, oh, remember Malaysia was at South Carolina and now she's here, and oh my God, it's just like it's been like a side by side comparison all season, and it's really fucking tired. Like when I tune into UCLA games, I don't hear them talk about Utah. Like when I tune into Southern Cal games, I don't hear them talk about UCLA and London Jones like that. For real, like they really don't.
Literally.
And so I've just been over it all season because it's been used as a tool like to market. And then specifically back to the commercial, why are we using images of something that happened damn near 3 seasons ago?
Literally, why are we showing that?
Why are we still showing the SEC stuff, like the little kerfuffle, whatever you want to call it, because I'm not calling it a brawl. That's ridiculous. Not when I see that the NBA men have hella people look like an MMA fight. Like,
Bro, this was fighting this week.
Right. Like 2 fights. And so I don't find that personally that cute. Like I don't find that entertaining. And maybe because I, again, as a South Carolina fan, I'm sensitive to the constant dog whistling that happens around South Carolina. And so for me, it's really frustrating. And then you still have Kim saying the shit about why didn't she fight someone her own size? It's just like very tired. There's always something with it. And so I just kind of over it. Like it happened again, three seasons ago, right? Like truly, like not 3 years, but 3 like true like enough time has passed. We're now in the 3rd year of it. Like, and so it's just 3rd season of it. It's just really annoying that it's still being used when really Camilla's in China. This is her 2nd season in China. Like she's not even there. Like what are we doing? I just find that like tired. Like if you want to use the lay one would have been like annoying but fine. Like that's topical, that's relevant. But the pushing and shoving from the SEC tournament, kind of over it. But also it's a marquee matchup for college. Now, I also don't think a rivalry exists when you've been beaten the way you've been beaten, but it's been a manufactured rivalry and one that just keeps getting perpetuated in media, which is also super frustrating.
I'm just like, is it just me, or do they pub like this specific matchup more than they did when it was like us versus UConn last year?
They
During
did.
just
Aren't we we're a standalone on ESPN. ESPN usually the article said they usually do men's bad Saturdays.
See, I just hate how much they put into it. It's like y'all be putting all this work into a matchup, and specifically a matchup with a team that hasn't beat South Carolina in how long? Like what? They haven't beat them since like what? Before Asia was there?
Let me jump in here for a second.
We're 17-0. It's not 17 years.
There's too many other storylines in the game that they could promote than to promote that. They don't have to promote that. There's too much real good basketball going on to promote the bullshit that went on the sideline. Some bullshit that doesn't even have anything to do with any of the players that are even really there now. So it ain't even about complaining. It's like what the Commish said. It's about the dog whistling. It's about the conversations that go on around these young black women as players anyway. You don't have to promote that part. There was another way to promote the competitiveness, to promote the hey, we really want to get after it in hoop, than to promote some bullshit ass scuffle that didn't even have shit to do with the game. It's that type of bullshit that we don't need around women's hoops to make the game good. So it is a need to complain. It's too many other storylines. It's too many other rich storylines to be able to talk about.
Craig is probably the same person that thinks that the Caitlin Clark Angel thing is tired, but is telling me to stop complaining. Like it's the same thing.
No, for real.
Like, come on now.
What's up, Mondo? What you testing?
I hate when people say stuff like that because it's giving, y'all should be thankful that they're even talking. Be grateful that they're even talking about women's sports. No, shut the fuck up. We don't have to be grateful for shit. Like, do your fucking job.
Yeah,
and promote the game which the game is supposed to be promoted, because I don't see y'all promoting the men's game like that.
Stop being lazy and just like I said the lay one was relatively fine. It's annoying, but like that was fine with me. It's the using the scuffle in the SEC tournament from 3 whole seasons ago.
Literally.
Like that doesn't
plenty of other things, because there's plenty of clips from even last season and the season before that when they played during the regular season. There's
Tanaya who single-handedly gave them work in the tournament. She just didn't have enough help. We could have had a whole last time Tanaya saw them, she put up 30 something. Now here she comes with her old friend from high school. Can they do it in PMAC? Like, you can do a lot of other stuff.
Literally, it's just being lazy and you thinking that it's cute, but and not also realizing the magnitude and how that affected people's lives, in these young ladies' lives.
Yeah, like it resulted in people like having deportation conversations about Camilla. Like, you stop complaining and use your brain.
Really, I'm tired of people saying, "Oh, the women should be grateful." No, bitch, I don't have to be grateful for shit.
Take the scraps. Like, no one said it shouldn't be on a Saturday night. It shouldn't be this. It shouldn't be that. I didn't say that. I just said that the lazy storytelling and narrative is tired. Like, so next year you're gonna use the SEC tournament again? No, like, find something else. Like, there are enough storylines to talk about in general. You could just do Kim versus Dawn all time. What does that look like? You know, I don't. Did they even go ahead?
They could have used the fact that at one point Raven, Tanaya, and Tanaya were teammates. At one point, all these people played together at AAU. Like, what are we doing?
Correct. That's my point. Like, this is lazy.
Take us on a trip down memory lane.
Here's the thing. And I'm sick of people not understanding that two fucking things can be true. Yes, we are going to enjoy it in prime time, but we are going to push back on the narratives that they push out easily on young black athletes, period, on young black female hoop players. We can push back on that and enjoy it in prime time. And if you can't multitask and do that, then step to the side and let us do it. But don't come in here and tell us what to stop complaining about. Because I'm damn sure that you're not walking in the same shoes that we're fucking walking in. And we're not even walking in their shoes, but we're walking in this shit every day as black women. So if you can't rally around and support that, just step to the side and be quiet.
Y'all know what
it's okay not to say shit if you don't understand what it is that we're talking about. You're not walking in this.
It's giving when white people tell black folks we should be grateful.
Yeah.
You basically in the chat sounding like shut up and dribble to some black women. And I don't know if you're a black person, but you're presenting as that that you at least are a black ally with the damn picture that you got in your profile. So please think about that. It's in prime time. Just take it. We through just taking shit. And if you hear, and if you part of the take that crew, then get the fuck to the side and take that shit. But we done with it.
This is crazy. In the good year 2026. And during Black History Month, we're telling black women we should just take whatever we're given.
Tell somebody to shut up and stop complaining and just be happy that it's on at 8:30 on Saturday. Ain't that a bitch?
Crazy.
Families and been feeding families all season. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. That, oh, yes, I just take it. Whatever you say, master, I just take it. Give it here. Whatever you take. Take that old slow, dumb shit on somewhere else. We over here on something else.
Did we say it shouldn't be prime time?
We ain't saying shit about prime time.
No, I recall us saying that the marketing and the narrative behind it is lazy. See, if you can't comprehend, that's not our fault. You got to listen with both your ears. God gave you two, assuming. One mouth. Yep. Try again.
Like there's plenty of other things that they could have went with.
Like, okay. We just proceeded to list them all. We said former teammates. We said last time the people matched up. We've said all this stuff. We could talk about how even if, well, I wouldn't like for and Michaela, still waiting for you guys to have, like there's lots of things you could talk about.
Even, especially because it's on Valentine's Day. Even if they wanted to do some, this is my ex and this is my new bae. Golly. Like, right. I would hate it. Like, there's plenty of things they could have used.
They could have just had more of a narrative. But whatever, this game's coming. Let's do it. According to ESPN Analytics, they are favored in this game, whatever that means.
How many times would they been wrong with that? I don't even pay attention to them.
Like I said, whatever it means. I think for us, I mean, more able bodies is going to be helpful. We'll see who is available for us. But I think ball pressure is one that I would like to see. Jada, I think we saw Jada against Texas. And while some of those, I don't expect all her shots not to fall, but I do think they were able to disrupt. I would like to see that. So that's probably Raven. But whoever it is, again, I say this every week. At some point, defense is a team defense aspect. We have some better defenders than others individually. So I do think, though, the helping, the talking on defense, the communicating, all that needs to be true regardless of who's technically on who. The same thing I say every week: rebounding, defending, moving the ball.
Yeah, and I'm really gonna scream rebounding because some way, somehow, teams be losing the rebound battle with that team down there in Bayou. So yeah, box out, please and thank you. I don't need
Box out and
anybody.
go for the ball. Like, just get the damn ball. I would like to see us start out with the energy. I will say,
hold on. What you not gonna do is call no names in here.
oh, there's
Toxic
names
and
being
ignorant
called.
how? Toxic and ignorant how? The statement that you made was so ignorant and 1950ish. You saw it was a step and fetch it type of attitude. Let's get into it. Let's really have a conversation, Craig. Let's really have a conversation, Craig. What was toxic and ignorant about what we said? It wasn't toxic and ignorant for them to show that to be displaying that fight to promote a basketball game. That wasn't toxic and ignorant. That was toxic and ignorant. That was toxic and ignorance on display. So much to the point that at the end of it, Don apologized to the crowd for what took place. Why would that be something that you show on repeat to be able to get people to come and watch a basketball game? Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You don't even have to answer. If you really feel like it's toxic and ignorant, you don't have to say shit else, but go be where it's not toxic and ignorant for you. Because there's some other people over here that are enjoying the conversation. And if you see the responses that we got back in the chat for what it is that we said, nobody was in agreement with that silliness that you put in the chat. Nobody. So this just might not be the place for you. But we ain't gonna do that. I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, we've been boxed out. I wonder if we'll see zone. We'll probably throw some zone in there because they don't shoot the 3-ball well enough to just be. The question is how much. I think it'll be a mixture of the 2-3, 1-3-1, and then man.
Yeah.
With some press in there, full court. Yeah.
I think we just need to start with energy. I think on the road, that hasn't, there's been a couple games here and there, but for the most part, it's not always our strength. So I'd like to see us start with the energy. I just think we're gonna need that in the PMAC. I mean, they're gonna have their blackout. So it's just gonna be one of those, or maybe not, but be able to withstand it, right? They're gonna get their hype. It's gonna be their home crowd. But really kind of, settle in, weather the storm, right? Because it will be in waves. So weather the storm so that when it's your turn to, punch back or whatever, you're composed, you have that. I think composure is going to be the big thing for us. But I'm not opposed to a little hype moment here or there, but I just think the way our team is a little bit more composed as compared to kind of just how LSU's team is. But I just think if you play the hype game, you can get out of your focus. So
right.
That's more why I want us to be composed, and composure also is just weathering the storm too. So those are mine, I think. Yeah.
I want
Anybody
us to
going
play.
to the game? Anybody going to the game? Let us know who's gonna be in the building for the game.
I think I would love for us to play our game. Play our game. And don't get caught up in their game. Rebounding, like we said.
Yeah, I agree.
Moving the ball. And especially like being in the PMAC, and then there's a lot going on, it's very easy. It can be very easy to get caught up in playing in their style. Use the post. I expect Joyce to what's the rebounds? 10? I took 10 from Joyce.
I say 10 or 12 so that we hover in where I need us to be. The assists though, the assists need to be 5 plus.
Absolutely.
I got a feeling that the rebound's gonna belong to Mo and Allie. But we gonna see. Do y'all think we start small?
Do we what?
Start small. Or will it depend on what they're gonna do?
No, I think we start with who we started with for Tennessee, I think.
Okay. If Gotti is healthy, do you want to see Gotti start?
I think I want Gotti coming off the bench just because of she hasn't been in the game yet, you know?
Gotcha.
All right. Yeah, I wouldn't mind it either way. I'm just gonna say we're gonna go small rebound. Like you have to rebound if you're gonna play small. And then it doesn't completely negate your advantage, but it kind of you don't get to take as much of an advantage as you would like to by starting small.
I take that all back. I do think we should start with our lineup from this past game because we didn't have Gotti or Mouse. So, kind of for the same reason I said for Gotti. Unless Gotti's like more okay than I think, and she just didn't play this last game. I don't know. I just think integrating her back. But I whatever John decides to roll out, you know me, whatever she rolls out there, I'm with it. But I might try to get somebody in foul trouble early with a bigger
lineup. I think with Medina closest to the basket as possible, please and thank you. Just because don't want those small hands coming in there. What else do I want to see? I expect the wingspan to be activated.
Wingspan activate.
Absolutely. I expect the wingspan to be causing some trouble, causing some problems out there.
Kappa, you keep saying you taking sand to the beach. Just have a good time. I'm sorry, Brittany. Go ahead.
But yeah, I expect this is an environment that I think Raven really thrives in these her seniority and just how much winning basketball and all of the positions that she's been in. I think in games like these, it's the games that Raven just takes over and thrives at some point.
I'm excited to see Tessa in this game.
Yes. I'm intrigued to see how Tessa is able to, how she is defensively, but not only defensively, but how many her opportunities offensively. I think Tessa will get plenty of opportunities to get shots up, and I need her to get them up. Because they're gonna give them to Tanaya. I expect Tanaya to be all in the passing lanes. Because they're gonna give it to you. And then for her, just getting some easy offense. Whether it be, I also expect her to get to the free throw line. This is a matchup where she should. Her going to the basket, I would love it. Within reason, that big old brace still makes me a little nervous. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she shoots at least five free throws. At least 5.
I'm getting excited. Let's go.
That wouldn't surprise me at all. Yeah, and I just want us to play big. Play like we're big. Please play big. No matter the lineup on the floor, play big. And then really for Joyce, I expect a double is going to come, and I need her to be ready to dish that. Because the better
2-puff Joyce. Let's go.
Yes. The better that Joyce is with getting that ball out, the better it is for us because the ball really gets to moving, it'll force them to be in scramble a bit. So, like we said, the five assists from Joyce would be lovely. No more than 2 turnovers. Please keep the turnovers down. Please, I beg. Don't want a repeat of like that first half against Tennessee. Cause bro, what are we turning the ball over like this for? But yeah, those are my big what I need from at least the starters, and then from the bench. I expect the bench to do what they always do. When they get an opportunity to come in and do what they do. Handle business. Handle your business. Yeah. I'm just going to be watching the boards very closely, as I typically try to, and then I'm going to be paying attention to the assist, because I need the ball moving. The more that the ball moves, the more better things happen. We're getting easy buckets. We're getting better shots when we can get the ball moving and the ball is not being set.
Okay. I'm also excited to see if the time that Deli and Dowda get on the floor. I know Deli spent a good amount of time on the bike last game, but she appeared like she was ready to play if need be, but kept herself warm. So
that's good.
I'm ready to let's throw the ball up. Raven Garden, Jada full court. I am here for the defense, that's for sure. I'm here for the defense.
Okay, question. Speaking of the matchups, do you do Raven on Tanaya? I mean, Raven on Jada, or do you do I don't know, something
It's either
saying Raven on MK-Dub.
Yeah, it's one of those two. Now
Yeah.
the question is which one.
I think I would prefer Raven on MK-Dub and then Tanaya on Jada.
Yeah.
I think Tanaya will,
because Tanaya would be a harder guard for Tanaya to do MK.
Yes, I think that would be harder for her.
Do you have any idea how LSU is against the zone?
I don't know if anybody's really played it. I make it an active thing to try not to watch their games. Outside.
Do you feel like different question? Do you feel like they have the shooters to handle the zone?
No.
No. Their only shooter to me consistently is MK-Dub.
Yeah.
And Jada a little bit. But Jada's been off and on. So
do you think so? You don't think 4 threes have improved this year?
I wouldn't say it that way,
but not consistent.
I won't say yeah. I think they've been
as consistent as others.
Yeah,
correct.
And I think they've always been streaky shooters. There's times where they'll get hot, and then there's times where they just can't buy one from 3. So it's like, they're streaky shooters, minus MK-Dub. For the most part, they're kind of streaky.
Now they are at home, so you have to give like a home factor to it a little bit, but yeah.
I will give them that. But outside of that, no. They don't, and actually they don't shoot as many threes as I thought they would have with the style in which they're playing.
Agreed.
Do you think that's something that they may break out against us? Like, do you think that there's something that Kim's been waiting to break out? Whoa.
It's not. No, it's just like if you're waiting to break certain things out specifically for South.
Unison though is a problem. It's a problem.
Yes, it's. I was laughing because if your whole, but that's their whole thing. Like where, like, oh, we got to beat like you have other problems, like you have other things you should be worried about besides just South Carolina. So like to me, if that's true, then that's hilarious to me.
And
no,
then
well, listen, wait. Let me say this. I don't think that it was held back for like we've got to beat South Carolina. Held back more like I'm not gonna break this out until South Carolina because I shouldn't need it until then. But I don't want to put this on tape so that South Carolina can.
But she's already taken 3 L's. So did you do the blueprint or did you not?
Literally,
the blueprint if you didn't win.
And then here's the thing. At this point, how much they've seen each other, is specifically Kim and Dawn. Nothing is a surprise. Nothing is a surprise.
No. This would be something. This would be something that is different based on the personnel that she has. This would be totally something different based on personnel that she has.
The only thing that would be different in terms of personnel, they would have to. The only thing that would make them a surprise is if they came out there playing like Tennessee and just throwing up a bunch of threes. That would be the only surprise to me. Because they've shown that they can. The surprise at the beginning of the season for me was how once they got farther into conference play, how well they were able to rebound. That's been the only surprise to me. How well they've been able to win on the boards. Okay. In order to keep the boards close.
They've also been fouling a lot.
Called fouls or just fouls that you see?
Oh no, called fouls. Like Lay gets into foul trouble usually in the first half.
How quickly do you expect Lay to get into the game?
Well, if Kim wants to try some trickery, she'll probably start Lay, but it'll be like, okay, you're doing that for what? Because you only started 2 games?
Specifically versus South Carolina. Back to my point.
It would only have to be because she felt like there was some kind of leverage that Lay could either give them because of her familiarity on the floor, or if she was just,
nobody knows you better than your former coach. Nobody knows you better than your former coach.
What is the clear message if Lay starts? What is the clear message?
The clear message is
I see R.L. Smith saying it's the clear message if Lay starts. Let me know what is that clear message? What do y'all think the clear message is if Lay starts?
South Carolina is our Super Bowl.
Absolutely. That, and then it is a clear message that Kim is doing one of two. Kim thinks this is either going to go one of 2 ways. Actually, personally, I think it's going to go one of 2 ways if she starts her. It could go either surprisingly really well, and she starts off really well, or she starts off and she's pressing, like I think would happen, because Lay is an emotional player. So having her, you started her 1 or 2 games during SEC play. To start her now, and then especially with how she's played as of late, you're playing with fire.
She's only started 1.
Oh, sorry. Try to be nice, add an extra one. Maybe this will be your second. But to start her, you're playing with fire. Because as we've seen, she is prone to picking up early fouls. And as we've known from having Lay tends to press. So if she's smart, she would not play with fire. Actually, you can play with fire you want, please. Thank you. But stay with what you're doing, because I don't think it ends as surprising as she might think it is to be surprising. It's not a surprise if you do it. And then I'm also going to say, who are you not starting in that situation then? Are you not starting Jada?
What if she doesn't?
Jada's had the better track record.
Yeah, but what if she doesn't start 4?
Haven't we talked about this already?
No, but I mean, like, to your point, who is she not starting? Maybe it is. Maybe it could be Jada. I don't look. I don't care. I don't care. Do whatever they want to do over there. If Kim is really over here making moves to try to appear to play chess against South Carolina, then have at it.
No,
She
and I
tried
haven't
this
heard
before,
anything.
trying to play
That was strictly a Cess Talk Sports question. It's not. I haven't heard anything about late starting or anything like that. So I want to make
no,
that
I
clear.
got you. I'm just saying, like, if Kim arrives at that conclusion, then we really live in rent free, because that don't make a whole lot of sense to me.
It does not make a whole lot of sense,
Okay,
especially with how she played.
Though?
I don't care.
Because I see you saying that it would mean that they trust Lay in the biggest games, and I don't necessarily think starting her does as much as her being on the floor to finish the game, especially if it's close.
Y'all, we're more than halfway through the SEC season. Like, that's the reality. We are more than halfway through the SEC season. What have you seen that demonstrates that any of that, where, when?
What have I seen? What? Be specific, and then I'm gonna tell you.
Didn't you just say that her closing would say that some people in the chat are saying if she closes, it means that Kim trusts her?
They were saying if she starts, that's what it means. And I was saying to me it would mean more if she closes.
Oh, okay. I thought you asked the question about closing.
Because it's never about who starts. It's about who's on the floor, who's closing. It's always been about who closes the game. Because who closes a game, these are big.
I like Jada too. Yeah.
These are the winners. Like all the chips on the table in the final minutes of the game. All chips in. At the beginning, who the heck cares? Because there's plenty of people that come off the bench but play starter minutes.
You think Moki wants LSU to win, and she wants LSU, and she wants Lay to have a big game against her former team? I don't think she give a damn if Lay have a big game against her former team.
I don't think she
I definitely think she wants to win. Now, if Lay happens to have a big game against her former team, good for you, Lay. But I don't think that Kim is going to change up what she does or base her strategy for the game on trying to make sure Lay has a big game against her former team. I would be surprised. I would be surprised.
And like all I'm gonna say is at the end of the day, Lay will not make or break this game. It will not come down to Lay just breaking the game open. It's not. It's going to come down to which team plays better and does the necessary things to win. That's what it's going to come down to. One player is not going to make or break this game for either team. Well, not going to get steps to that.
No. Your statement is that, like, it's a team, right? That's why even the defense, like, yes, there's certain matchups that you're trying to dictate, right? That's going to determine where Raven goes. That's why it's like in some respects I see Raven on Michaela, but I also could see Raven on Jada. It could alter, right? Because it's like if you need more disruption at the point of attack. I mean, the honest thing though is Latson can do it. We saw her clearly pick people. So maybe Latson can with Jada. Now that I say that out loud,
I think she can. I think she can apply the necessary amount of pressure.
Yeah, it's just how effective is she is the question. But yeah, I think she can.
And it's just more of the reason why Raven is because Raven isn't a guard that MK Dubs is going to be able to back down. Absolutely not. I don't think she would be able to back down tonight either. I just think it would be a whole lot harder to back down Raven. And then in part, just also the wingspan to be able, okay, hypothetically, you back her down, you're not getting that shot off.
Yeah.
When Gotti gets in the game, who does Gotti cover?
I would want Gotti on the point guard.
Yep.
That's me. Because I think the wingspan there is helpful.
Do you expect us to break out the 2-3 zone or the 2-2-1? Do you expect us to break out either of those?
I think it'll be a mix.
Yep, I was just
Continue to switch them.
Yes is the answer. Whatever, but
Shit, so I think we've ran a 1-3-1, a 2-2-1, and a 2-3. Is that right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I expect her to use all of them just because it's going to keep them off balance. You never want a player to get comfortable. So just continue to switch up your defenses. As long as you're okay with continuously switching your defensive schemes, as long as you're communicating. If you're not communicating defensively, that's when continuing to flip schemes becomes a problem, when your team isn't communicating. But as long as we communicate defensively, we'll be fine. Because there were possessions in the Tennessee game where they would flip between the zone and then the man-to-man. So that's what I expect. Oh, and another thing is protect the ball and do not let them get out in transition. I do not want to see another freaking Oklahoma game. I'm sorry. I don't want to see it. Match up in transition, please and thank you.
Yep.
That's
so if Gotti is on the point, then Maddie's on the floor. Who's Maddie on?
Well, if Maddie's on the floor, I wouldn't mind Maddie being on the point. If Maddie's going to be scrappy like Maddie's been.
Got it.
Because then I'm assuming Raven's not on the floor.
Right. I'm saying like maybe a Isla, Gotti, Maddie, something like that. Y'all got anything else on this game? This is just one more topic.
If we do what we're supposed to do, we'll handle business.
Just one more topic.
Yep, let's do it.
Wooden Award. Late mid-season top 20 watch list.
Oh goodness. Who's all on the list? I've seen a couple.
Let me see. Let me make sure.
Go ahead. While you're bringing that list up, I want to talk just awards in general. We did this before.
Okay.
Which one was that? It wasn't Wooden. It was something else.
It was Naismith mid-season.
See,
I believe
that. These lists infuriate me because I don't know what they're watching. And at this point, it just looks like everybody's just stealing from everybody else's list. Like, do we have original thoughts? Like, are they here? Are they in the room with us? I think it is so ridiculous that people come up with lists and then people are not added to this list. Now, granted, I didn't go through and double check that everybody that was on this mid-year list was on the original list for Wooden, but we saw it with Naismith. We've seen it with some of these others, the Lisa Leslie's and the whatever, that other lady, those people, Ann's and shit. Why is Raven not on this list?
Thank you. Big Bird should be on the list.
Like, there is literally at this point, there has been nothing that has transpired that would not have Raven on this list, other than you didn't put her on the list in the first place, which I have a problem with. When it comes to the vote, if you haven't voted, when it comes to whatever the one is for shooting guard, why wasn't Tessa has played herself onto that list? She should have been.
Isn't Tessa like leading the SEC? If not leading, then like top 3 in 3-point percentage.
Yes,
the SEC.
So how has
she's top 10 in the nation though too, right?
I think she's pretty there. I don't remember because the mid majors, they be having 3-point shooters out the wazoo, but she's up there, right? Like, Tessa has now played herself into that conversation, especially when I look at who's on these lists. So I just want to have a broader call out. Just, this is ridiculous. What is the point of a list if people can't play themselves onto the list by mid-year?
Literally.
Like, what are we doing?
And again, of course, Tessa second in the SEC.
We've shown the numbers before, and I can pretty much say, like, the Raven versus Rory stats are not that different than when we pulled them a couple weeks ago, right? If anything, I actually think outside of steals, Raven has probably improved her stats as compared to Rory has improved her stats. You know what I mean? Like, Rory hasn't really had that many high scoring games. She's still doing her job, like, for the sake of Texas, which I still think Rory is a quality PG, just like I think, y'all know how I feel about Raven, but like, if Rory is on these lists, Raven should be on these lists. And the only reason why it seems like Raven's not is because either you guys are stealing from each other's lists, or you never put her in the preseason list to begin with, and therefore she's not eligible. But why are you making things like that? Like, then your list is flawed. If we can play a whole season and no one can get themselves on your list, then you need to reevaluate how you put people on the list in the first place.
I have a question.
Have that statement, and then we
All
can
right.
with it.
Why the fuck does that team in the Bayou continue to have 3 motherfuckers on every list? Please make it make sense.
Yep. And so now that you have gone through this list, my point still stands. Again, from the previous list, why is a team that's not even the top 3 of the SEC have 3 people? 3.
Literally, 3.
Based on lay stats, they should now be off of these lists.
Absolutely. And I'm having a problem with Rory and Booker being on a list. Pick one.
Well,
Same thing with Chavez and whatchamacallit. Pick one, not both. Sorry.
Is Audie still playing at a level that has her on this list?
Well, that's another one.
No, thank you. No, not at this point.
I think Audie's still technically leading in points per game, but I think that's because of all the crazy point. Like, what did she do today? Actually, let me, because I told y'all. So speaking of one eye open, eyes closed, I told y'all a while ago I was off Iowa State, excuse me. So that one too. I stopped paying attention to their games and stats and stuff. I feel like Audie's numbers are probably, when you were scoring 30 plus, you're probably down.
Like, make it make sense. How the fuck is Rory on this list and Raven is not?
That's really more my point. That and
Literally.
the 3 guards from one team that.
Yes. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? What are we talking about, people?
But first I have to start with, why can't people find themselves on this list? Because that's the only way, like, to change it, you know?
Literally. Dang, how they got more than UConn on the list?
They have more than everyone. They have the most representation.
Literally.
And then I know some people feel some way, and I just told y'all how I felt about Kiki. But, like, Kiki ain't even on this. Like, that's crazy. There's only one UCLA person, and it's Betts on this list.
Is Olivia Miles on the list?
Well, you know she's not on my list.
She ain't on my list, but she somehow made this one.
She's on this list, but she's not on my list. But I understand why she's there, because
she played herself onto this list.
She's playing herself off list.
Off of the list. A couple people playing themselves off of this list. A couple.
Audie had 18 today. She was 6 for 12.
Okay.
A couple people are playing themselves off of this list. How the heck does Oklahoma have 2 people on this list? Pick one, please and thank you.
Well, you know that.
So, that's the list, y'all. I didn't have anything specific other than, I think, what we've been talking about, the inconsistency with how you get on the list, how you stay on the list. Who's even determining,
Literally,
that's what I mean, like,
the voters to be listed
for the list.
But, like, what's the criteria? Does winning matter? Like, yes or no? Right?
Literally,
does efficiency matter? Right.
Because if winning doesn't matter, there's some sneaks on this list.
There's definitely sneaks. Can you go? Excuse me, I'm choking. Can you go to the next slide?
So we got Chavez, Audie Crook. Well, let me read I'll give y'all these names. Raymond Beers, Lauren Betts, Michaela Blakes, Madison Booker, Jelani Cambridge on page 1. Next page, Aaliyah Chavez, Audie Crooks, Joyce Edwards, AZ Fudd, Mylasia Wiley. This is the page you wanted. Commish.
Question.
Oh, go ahead.
Was Mylasia on this list last year? At this time?
Probably not.
I don't.
Yeah, I just have some questions because I don't think her season this year, where it's at right now, is better than what it was last season.
Well, let people who don't understand. Well, let me just say it matter of factly. Some people just look at Lay's year over year and say it's a better year. What they neglect to do is understand that when I have a really easy strength of schedule and I pad my non-con and I look at averages year over year, which are completely different base sets, they should not actually be compared. Now, what you can do is do SEC comparison year after year because, technically you play the same set of teams. And that's the most comparable thing. Now, when you do that, I can we'll save it for next baseline, but in some respects, there's probably her assist, I believe off the top of my head, I actually went and looked at it. Her assists are the highest they've been, but so are her turnovers. So her assist to turnover ratio is actually the worst. And her free throws, I believe, are up. Her free throw attempts and her free throws, I believe, are up. But by and large, it depends on the category. But basically, this year, conference comparison versus her freshman year, which happened to be at the University of South Carolina, and then versus her sophomore year in some respects, by and large, her current season is not better than her freshman year at South Carolina.
I didn't expect it to be. I didn't think it was.
And I would actually argue, by and large, her sophomore year, was actually worse than her first year. And her current year is like 50-50 on better than her sophomore year.
It's very interesting.
But stuff like PER, efficiency, the advanced statistics, utilization, percentages, they're all down. Again, mostly versus her freshman year, some respects versus her sophomore year, but it's not a better year.
That's the thing that doesn't make sense. Anyway.
Okay, can we go to the next one?
Rory Harmon, Hannah Hidalgo, Flau'jae Johnson, Tanaya Latson, Cody McMahon. Page 3.
Does winning not matter? I'm sorry. Does winning not matter?
Apparently not.
I'm sorry. Hannah,
on that, yeah. Hannah maybe, but I don't know. Are they just trying to give me the top 20 player? Like, what is, I didn't read the mission statement of this or whatever. Like, what are they really trying to achieve with this list? But if you have Wooden, which I assume is like Wooden, like, shouldn't it be based on like winning should matter or something else? But, I don't know. Okay, let's go to the next one, please.
Last page, Olivia Miles, Olivia Olson, Clara Strack, Sarah Strong, Michaela Williams.
Strack is playing her way off this list. So is Olivia Miles playing her way off this list.
Yep, I agree. People who are missing. Alucci.
Absolutely.
Johnson. The same things we've been saying. Like, those two alone, like, you can kick two off and put those two on there. Like,
really? What the heck is... yeah, this Strack one is kind of blowing me just a tad because Strack... has Strack looked really good at any point in this season compared to last season?
earlier in her non-con, early in non-con, she did. It looked like she was
Okay.
trying to. She was still. She was SEC decoy, and it seemed like she was trying to make a play
Maybe
for
then.
it.
But
It fell off quickly.
But then, what's her name? Dislocated her elbow.
Whisper or what, but
what's her name? Key dislocated her elbow, and then Strack was not looking good for a long time, and now Key's back.
Oh no,
and
I agree.
No, I'm just articulating, and now Key's back, and it's still like,
I don't know. I just think I liked Strack better last year.
Oh,
maybe having Amor as a pick and roll partner might have helped a bit. But yeah, definitely liked her better last year. This year is a bit of a disappointment. Yep, and then Olivia Miles, yeah, continue to play your way off this list, okay? Just games. I heard someone is resting. I heard someone on this on this list is resting. Is that true?
Who is that? Strong?
She's back for this upcoming game. Yeah, we're doing Spurs load management in the middle of our non-con.
Yeah, I was wondering. I heard someone on this last page is resting. Please make it make sense. In what other conference can you rest midseason?
But listen to this. This is our next conversation. This resting might bite them in the butt when it comes to National Player of the Year.
It should. Because they're still winning, and they're still winning by a ginormous margin.
I think that they already got they already did the straw vote, and they know that she got it. That's why they rested now.
You said the same thing about Fee. I'm gonna not let you forget that.
I low-key think. I really think it's really between two players.
I still think that was the truth, except that Asia went on, what was it, 16-game run?
Actually, I think it's between three people.
Ooh.
Blake's, Strong, and Joyce.
For National Player of the Year?
Yes, I think it's just between those three.
You said Blake, Strong, and who?
And Joyce.
Are you saying Joyce from a, like, you are saying that, or you think like the broader community believes?
I think the broader community is coming, is waking up.
Yeah,
slowly.
I actually think that there is some validity to that. I mean, historically, Joyce or like a South Carolina player typically doesn't enter those conversations, but they keep comparing Joyce to Asia, and even though I have my own issues with that comparison, but I do think it is putting it in people's minds like, oh, this hasn't been done since Asia. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, so It is kind of forcing people to be like, okay, usually a South Carolina player doesn't average 20 points per game. Here's a sophomore doing it, you know? So it is kind of in a really weird way forcing that conversation. And Joyce currently, even though it's like by whatever 0.6 points or whatever it actually is, it's like a small margin, which also feeds into SEC Player of the Year, is second in the conference, well, of the leading candidates, right?
Yes.
So she's over Booker.
Yes, because what isn't Booker averaging like a career high?
Yes, but she's like 19 point something. It's like 19 something, and then Joyce is what did Joyce score this past? Did she got 20, right? Or 21.
Yeah.
No, 20 was Tanaya, 20 was Joyce. So yeah, Joyce is probably still at, I think she was like 28 or 20. I'm like, it's something like that. It's like north of 20.
Yeah, I think SEC Player of the Year is really only between two people, Joyce and Michaela.
And
I think they're gonna try to put Booker in there, but I'm like, yeah, no. Not compared to last season, no. And last season I thought it was. I thought last season should have went to Anissa. So
yeah, I'm not even. But I also get not giving it to Anissa because that was going to be my next question is, do you have like we did for MVP? Is there a seeding that your team has to be for you to like basically qualify or get it? Does that exist here?
if it does, then it should be Joyce with the runaway.
I mean, I agree, but I just mean like you can't finish below because that was
4.
the issue to me. Like you can't really finish below 4 and be the SEC Player of the Year.
Right.
But I also think Booker should have been the de facto either, so that was part of the issue. And also, can't you do a Player of the Year like that? I think they should have coded, but that's me.
Oh
but,
no, please don't code it.
I know, but it's bullshit because otherwise, like, I don't think Booker should to be a 2-time SEC Player of the Year is high standards. You know what I mean? Like
twice?
Didn't she win it twice? Oh no! Sorry, she was Big 12 technically, right?
Yes, because their first year was last year.
Whatever. Still, to be like a multi conference.
No,
player,
she can't be a multi. No,
you know what I mean?
What the people that were like multi was what AB?
Yes, that's what I mean. Like these are like you are not in the conversation with like the ABs. Like I no. So just out of principle, she can't win it. Also, I don't think Texas has like proven enough. Like they won today, and she had, what did I tell you? 8 American points. So like, congrats, Texas, you're a better team. But like, to your point, Booker hasn't shown us anything that feels astronomical versus last year that she should win it this year.
Right.
And the team is the team.
Right.
And if anything, technically, aren't they? Like as a team from an SEC standpoint, worse than they were last year?
Yep.
Yeah, they've already lost more in conference.
Yep. And that's exactly why I think it's really only between 2 people, Joyce and Michaela.
But I think they're going to give it to Michaela. I mean, I see some of the argument. Like, I mean, even her worst game, it was versus us, and it was like 20 points, which is so unfortunate because I was like, some of them points.
Right. Have even played the whole game? Yeah, no. Wouldn't have finished one.
She would have had. But again, per usual. But I mean, otherwise she's scoring like high 20s, 30s. Like, I mean, that kind of is it. I think we just kind of get screwed a little bit because I do think Joyce has. I'm not gonna like beat down like but like,
I
Joyce
think
the right. I mean, clearly other things besides scoring don't matter. So, who am I to ask Joyce for more rebounds?
Well, I do think it'll come down to the finish. Because remember, Vandy still has to play who? They still have to play Texas. They still have to play. Have they played Ole Miss yet? I mean, sorry, Mississippi.
They did. Remember, that's the one they lost.
Oh, they did. They did.
After us. Yeah. They haven't played. Oh, they just played Oklahoma. Tennessee.
Tennessee. Oh gosh, we don't even
I know.
He's playing. He's going up. Golly.
I was like Tennessee. And they have to double back. Is Kentucky their double? Hold on. Or is Mississippi? No, Mississippi State is Tennessee's. I think Kentucky is their double. I think they play Kentucky.
Have they played Kentucky at home yet?
They played Kentucky and they lost they won by 1 at Kentucky.
No, they play better at home for Vandy.
Oh, okay. Tennessee is okay. Here's their. So they play Texas. I don't even know who I'm rooting for. Then they play Georgia. Then they play Kentucky at Vandy. Then they play Bama at Vandy. Then they play Tennessee at Tennessee to end the season.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
So will Tennessee get to play spoiler?
Will they be up to the
I mean,
challenge?
that's senior night. So, you know.
Let's hope so.
Will they be up
Let's
to the
hope they
challenge?
would play with some pride.
It's gonna definitely be interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it'll come down to the finish because I don't think you can give it to her if she finishes lower than 4.
I think some people are basically saying 5. I've seen some people say 5. It's just arbitrary is the problem.
Well, but man, the 5 can get out of here because what? That's not even you get a home game during the tournament.
Sorry, I think it glitched on my end. Sorry, say what you said again, Brittany.
If they finish below 4, they don't even get a home game during the tournament.
Or they don't get a bye, or like they're not the host. Yeah, the host or whatever.
Yeah, the host.
Wait. Are you saying for the SEC tournament or the March Madness?
Which one is it? Is it March Madness or is it SEC tourney?
Well, if you meant home, like a true home game, then that's March Madness.
Okay, yes, March Madness. Yes, they don't even get it if they don't finish top 4. And even if it comes like SEC.
No, I think if they finish, let's say
double bye. Top 4 is what, the double bye?
Yes, for the tournament.
Yes.
For the SEC
the double bye. Yeah, you don't even get the double bye during the SEC tournament if you don't finish top 4. No.
Yeah.
No. Absolutely not. Especially with the way in which they started the season. If they don't finish top 4, that means they fell off after they played us.
Which they kind of did.
Exactly.
So they have 2 L's in the SEC. Yeah, it's kind of close. I think it's gonna come down to the final games. So we really won't know.
Wow. Okay, well, we'll come down to the final game. You say Joyce averages 20.8. Great conversation, ladies. What else y'all got? Anything else?
That's it.
No.
Wow.
The Seahawks won the Super Bowl. Whoa.
You are so funny.
I'm glad you realized which Sunday it actually was. That's good.
I'm glad that we got a chance to have this conversation. Looking forward to the game on Saturday. Let's tip the ball. Let's tip the game off. Appreciate you ladies pulling up for this special super late night edition of Baseline Brunch, and y'all pulling up and rocking with us. If you did not hit the like and share on the way in, hit the like and share on the way out, man. They both right there. If it's your first time here, hit that subscribe button, ring that notification bell. Do not miss the next pull up. Commish, Brittany, appreciate y'all. Y'all stay tuned. Talk soon. Good night. Cess Talk Sports. We out.